Okay, so we are live now, and as I said before I turn the recorder on, I'm going to read a statement that says who I am and who you are, and then I'm going to ask you verbally for permission to do the things that you just agreed to do in writing. So today is February 15, 2013. My name is Philip Scarpino, Professor of History and Director of Oral History for the Randall L. Tobias Center for Leadership Excellence located at Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis. I have the privilege to be interviewing Dr. Jean Lipman-Blumen in her home in Pasadena, California. I'm conducting this interview on behalf of the International Leadership Association and the Randall L. Tobias Center for Leadership Excellence. We will include a detailed biographical sketch of Dr. Lipman-Blumen's career with the recording and the transcription, so at this point I will mention only a few of the highlights. Jean Lipman-Blumen has had a long and distinguished career as a scholar and teacher and mentor and practitioner of leadership. She earned her PhD from Harvard University in 1970, awarded through the Department of Social Relations for Interdisciplinary Social Science Studies. From 1983 to the present, she's been president of the Connective Leadership Institute, formerly the Achieving Styles Institute, Pasadena, California. And she's currently the Thornton F. Bradshaw Professor of Public Policy and Professor of Organizational Behavior, Peter F. Drucker, and Masatoshi Ito Graduate School of Management, Claremont Graduate University. She's also the co-founding director of the Institute for Advanced Leadership Studies. She's published several books and dozens of articles on a range of interrelated subjects: leadership, gender, crisis management, public policy, and organizational behavior. The Connective Edge, Leading in an Interdependent World, 1996, was nominated for the Pulitzer Prize. The International Leadership Association presented her its Lifetime Achievement Award in 2010. So, I would like to ask your permission to do the following: to record this interview, to have the recording transcribed, to deposit the transcription and recording with the Tobias Center, the International Leadership Association, and the IUPUI Special Collections and Archives, and to allow those institutions to make the recording and transcription available to patrons, including posting those materials to their internet sites. Can I have your permission to do those things?
The internet site bothers me a little bit. I'm not sure I want every detail of my life up on the internet.
Well, what I would suggest is that if you don't want people to know it, don't say it. I mean, that sounded a little more flip than I wanted it to be,
Yeah.
but it's very hard once we're recording digitally, not for this stuff not to get out.
Okay. Will I have an opportunity to read the transcript? Not that I want to read 4 hours of transcript.
Sure.
But just to make sure that it's accurate, that they understood, whoever
Correct.
transcribed it understood my Boston accent.
And what when we don't have the recording on, I'll explain the process that we go through. Absolutely. And usually what we tell people is that you're more than welcome to read it to make corrections. And if you want to add anything substantial, just add it as an addendum, and we'll stick it in there. So, okay. So can I have your permission to do those things?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so I want to start with your childhood and ask, a few simple questions, and then I'm going to ask a few more complicated questions. So we'll start with the simple ones. When and where were you born?
In Brookline, Massachusetts, which is a suburb of Boston, on April 28th, 1933.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
I grew up right in that area. I lived in Brookline till I was 7 years old, and then I moved to the town next door, Newton, Massachusetts, and lived there through my high school years, through my years at Wellesley, and I lived there after I was married for some time, and I lived there, I guess, till 1966. So I did everything within a 13-mile radius of the hospital in which I was born.
My goodness.
Until I was 36 or 37. That's pretty sad, don't you think? Pretty provincial.
Well, once your life changed, though, it changed in a big way.
Right.
Who were your parents?
My mother was Anne Perlman Lipman, and she was born in Lowell, Massachusetts, and she had been a school teacher. She was the youngest of 8 children and the apple of her father's eye, and she was an amazing woman, very ebullient, very smart. She had a wonderful singing voice. She played the piano. She wrote books, children's books. She could have been a stand-up comedian.
Oh, that's a talent.
So, right, she was amazing. She was amazing.
And your father?
And my father was he manufactured boys and students' clothing,
Mm-hmm.
and he came here from Russia when he was 11 years old,
Mm-hmm.
by himself. Makes me cry. On a boat by himself, and he came to live with his older sister, who was 8 or 11 years older than he was. His mother had died when he was 3 years old, and I guess he was sort of a mischief.
Mm-hmm.
And his stepmother, who was his mother's sister, didn't know how to deal with him and shipped him off first to his grandparents and then to his sister, who was married.
Mm-hmm. And living near Boston?
Living in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And where in Russia did he come from? Do you happen to know that?
I think I do. It will come to me.
Okay. Did you have any brothers and sisters?
I have an older sister
Mm-hmm.
who's 3 years older than I am,
Mhm.
who's still living. Spoke to her this morning. She's in the hospital, I'm sorry to say. And we are very close.
So one sister.
That's all. Just
What did she end up doing with her long life?
Well, she started out to be a commercial artist,
Mm-hmm.
and then got married and gave that up.
Mm-hmm.
So, and had a very different life, doing what she wanted to do, whatever she wanted
Mhm.
to do. She
Um,
didn't have she wasn't employed after she was married.
Mm.
So we're quite different, but quite close.
What was life like for a young girl growing up in the Boston area?
It was easy. I was fortunate. I think my parents were fortunate. My father had started this company when he was a young man. After he must have been probably in his early 20s, and then he went into the army during World War I, and
Oh.
he served in France in the artillery division of the army, and he came back, and he had promised a half brother if he would take care of the company while my father was in the army, that he could have half of it. He
Mhm.
would make him a partner, which my father did. My mother and father were both really honorable people.
Mhm.
They taught me to keep my word, to have integrity, even if it was painful, if I had to suffer the consequences, because my father kept to that agreement his whole life, and it brought him a great deal of unhappiness and misery, really. But he hung in there, and he was a very solid, rather introverted person. My mother and father couldn't have been more complete opposites, and I think
Like you and your sister.
I think that was the attraction. He was attracted to her ebullience and
Mhm.
her love of life and her, seeking adventure.
How did his business do in the Depression?
It did fine.
Mhm.
It did fine, and my father never invested in the stock market until long after that. And so I didn't realize, though I was born in 33,
Right.
just when the Depression was happening, I never realized there was a depression till I learned about it in school, because my parents luckily weren't affected by it, because he had never invested in the stock market. So, and he was very anti the stock market. One time my mother convinced him to put some small amount of money in it. This is many years later. and he he tortured her every day, saying, "How's it doing? How's it doing?" And finally, within about a month, she took it out. She said, "I can't bear this. It's not worth it.
Wasn't
Forget
worth it.
Not worth it."
Did he bring World War I home in his head?
He never talked about it. I have pictures. I have a picture in my bedroom of him in his uniform, and I think it was taken there. But he never talked about it. And I've thought about that recently as I've thought about war and what people go through. Excuse me. But he was a very introverted person, so that even though I spent a lot of time with him, particularly in the summertime, because we had a summer house too, and we used to drive back and forth from there to the city every day. And I would try to talk to him, and it was always pulling things out of him. He never talked about himself or his life or his youth. I mean, if you asked him something, he'd say, "I don't remember." So those must have been painful memories for him.
You said that your parents taught you about integrity.
Mm-hmm.
What role has integrity played in your life as you've gone through your career?
Well, integrity is important to me, both in terms of my own behavior and in terms of other people's behavior. There is nothing that riles me more than seeing people do things that are dishonest, that are corrupt. I don't know how to deal with it other than to call it out and say that isn't appropriate. And when I have people working for me, Amy, Christy, the first thing I say to them, please never lie about anything, to me or for me. Not a big thing, not a small thing. Please, it doesn't matter what it is. The truth is always what I want to be told to me and about me. Don't cover up anything about me. Yeah.
Do you think that integrity is an important quality for a leader?
Oh, I think it's bedrock. I think if you don't have integrity, forget. And that's why I always say to my students, I'm up to here with charisma. Do not talk to me about charisma unless you have integrity and you have courage and you have all the other qualities. Then, as we would say in Boston, it's the cherry on the hot fudge sundae to have charisma. But without integrity, I think you cannot be a leader. I mean, you can be a toxic leader, and I've written about that. But
and I've got some questions about that too.
But you cannot be a leader.
So in addition to integrity and courage, what other qualities does a leader need?
I think compassion and empathy for people, to understand how other people are experiencing things and feeling things and living things. I think that's really important. I don't think leaders can be off in an ivory tower somewhere, having great thoughts about how they're going to change the world. I don't think that's enough. I think you really have to have passion and compassion for people and the way they have to live their lives, the problems with which they're confronted. Well, to say one last thing about my father, he never invested in the stock market. He invested in real estate. So I was fortunate. I had an easy childhood in that respect, and they taught me something about money too. Money was not important to my parents. They were comfortable, but money was not something that we discussed in our house. If I needed something or I wanted something, I had to argue on the basis of why I needed it. It didn't matter whether it was for 10 cents or $10 or $10,000. I never was quite, I never got to asking for 10,000. But the point was, it wasn't about money. It was about, do you need it? And it wasn't it was never something that you could have it because it was inexpensive, but you couldn't have it because it was too expensive. It was, did you need it? And if you didn't need it, you didn't get it. It was that simple.
Did you carry that approach into your adult life? Your relations with other people?
Well, I tend to err, I think, on the side of giving people, I don't like to be stingy. I think that's a bad quality, I think that's a bad thing. And money was, as I said, was not important. My mother used to say to me, money is round and it rolls. So one day it may be in front of you, but the next day it may roll away and be somewhere else. So you have to live a life that has meaning beyond money.
Have you done that?
I think so, because money isn't really that important to me. I mean, I would be less than candid if I said I wanted to live in a hovel, or I wanted to. I didn't care whether I were homeless or not. Of course, I would like to feel that everybody should have enough money to live a life where they don't have to fall asleep at night worrying about money. But once you get to that point, then your life has to be devoted, I think, to other things. And I think even before you get to that point, I think your life always has to be devoted to something beyond yourself and beyond your family. I mean, I believe in, close family relationships, and I do have those. But I think that your life, and I try to teach my children this, has to be something that makes a difference in the world. Not to be famous, nothing like that, but to change things, to make things better, even if it's a small thing. Even if somebody goes out to the local playground and puts up a swing for some kid who otherwise wouldn't have one. I think that's important. It's more important than having your hair done or, thinking about yourself and whatever.
How do you think you've made things better?
I probably haven't made them better.
That's a little modest.
I've tried.
I'll rephrase it. How have you tried to make things better?
Well, I can tell you how I'm trying right now and what I'm obsessed with, which I think you may know, and that's the peace. Because I've thought about, I've been working on leadership, not my entire career. That isn't how I began. In fact, I stayed away from leadership because in Boston, political leadership was so corrupt that nobody would have any interest in devoting his or her life to studying, that. And my mother was somebody who had no use for leaders. She thought they were a waste of time. And I think you may have heard me tell the story at ILA about my mother. When she was 102, she was in the hospital. And not for anything of great urgency. And the chaplain came in and asked her if she would like some religious counseling. And my mother said, no, thank you. And she tried to politely excuse herself, but the chaplain wasn't to be put off so lightly. And so she kept insisting, and my mother kept resisting. So finally she said, oh, well, excuse me, maybe I have the wrong religion. Maybe you would prefer to see a rabbi. But I'm sorry, Mrs. Lipman, the rabbi, she's away this weekend backpacking. Well, for my mother, who was quite traditional and quite religious. She couldn't even imagine those three words in one sentence. She, rabbi, backpacking. Not possible. At any rate, she said, no. And she finally got the chaplain to leave. And my husband was standing there and said, well, I don't understand, because you're so religious. How come you didn't want to see the rabbi? And she said, sotto voce, I don't need a rabbi. What I need is a boyfriend. This is my mother at 102 in the hospital, still you know, operating on all cylinders and with her priorities straight, right?
Right. I'm going to circle back around on the subject of childhood, and I'm going to try a question that's either going to work or it's not. And I need to set this up for the benefit of somebody who's going to listen to this recording. So in October 2011, you and I were both happened to be in London at the International Leadership Association meeting, and while I was there, I was interviewing Manfred Ketz de Vries. And in preparation for that interview, I read an article he published in 1994 titled The Leadership Mystique. And he wrote something in there that really struck me, and I'm going to share a couple lines with you. He said, all of us possess some kind of inner theater and are strongly motivated by a specific inner script. Over time, through interactions with caretakers, teachers, and other influential people, this inner theater develops. Our internal theater, in which the patterns that underlie our character come into play, influences our behavior throughout our lives and plays an essential role in the molding of leaders. So you are a leader, and you're also a scholar of leadership. So here's the question. If we use Ketz de Vries' term, inner theater, can you tell me about your own inner theater? Can you talk about the early experiences and individuals who shaped your character that helped shape the adult leader that you became?
Well, I would say my parents were the two really central figures in my life. And and I'm not trying to be modest about this. I don't see myself as a leader. You know, I see myself as sort of a doer, somebody who does things, who tries to make things happen. I don't see myself as a leader in the more, traditional way that we use that word. I've always wanted to make things happen for some reason. And I think I take after my father in that I have an immense amount of energy, or always have had, until this cold.
Well, you're pretty zippy for a woman who's had a cold for 10 days.
Well, I don't know about that. But I've always liked to make things happen, and there's an excitement for me in that, making things happen, and having an idea, and seeing that you can make it come to fruition. And about a month or so ago, I was in at the Cleopatra exhibit, and the last thing in the exhibit was a letter written in Greek, and it's the only place where they have Cleopatra's actual signature. And it's a letter in which she is telling she's instructing a bureaucrat to let the bearer of the letter import wine without tax. And at the end, right above her signature, she writes, "Make it happen." Okay? I thought, that is a leader for the ages. Make it happen. And I went home and I took the subtitle of the peace plan off and made that.
Is that where you got that from?
Yeah, there's a footnote that tells you in that.
Okay.
That tells you where that came from.
And we're, just for anybody who's listening, we're going to talk at some length about your peace plan probably on Monday. But
Okay.
So you said you like the notion of making an idea come to fruition.
Mm-hmm. But I think I think the things that come together in me are my father's workaholic personality, because he liked to work, and it wasn't so much, he didn't see it as work. He liked to do things, okay? So that he would get up very early every morning. I don't do that. I don't take after it quite that way. But more after my mother, who could stay in bed till, I can't stay in bed as long as she could, but I can't get up at 5 either. At any rate, he would get up even on days when he didn't have to go to work, and he would be doing things. He would be making something. He would be fixing something. He could fix anything. He didn't have to know anything about it. He collected antique clocks and made them work. And he was not a watchmaker. He wasn't trained, but he knew how to do that. He could teach himself anything. So he was very agentic in that sense, even though he was, a very quiet, gentle man. And then with sometimes a fierce temper, but that only jumped out on rare occasions. But, And the other part, I think my wanting to do things is just built into my DNA. Because I remember my mother always saying to my father, take it easy, don't work so hard, you're killing yourself. And he didn't understand what she was talking about. I mean, he understood the words, but she didn't get that aspect of him, and he couldn't understand what she was saying. And my sister is always saying to me, take it easy, Jean, don't work so hard, you're killing yourself. It's like the old scripts get played over and over again. But my mother was somebody who was always into community things. And she was somebody who had a very strong sense of justice and integrity and compassion. And she took it all from her religion, actually, which was interesting.
And she was Jewish?
She was, both my parents were, but my mother used to say to me, the most important part of Judaism is its ethical core, that you must treat other people well, and that you must take care of the orphan and the widow and the people who are poor. I walked every day of my young life when I was really little, before the age of 7. My mother used to walk with me to the center of Brookline from where we lived. And there was a man who was an amputee who sat on the sidewalk. And my mother never passed that man without giving him money, every single day. And he would offer her pencils. She would never take the pencils, but she would never pass that man without giving him money. And I learned that from her. I find it hard to walk by people on the street who are asking for money without giving them money. And, those are things that your parents, I think, or your caregivers seed into you in terms of, how you should be in the world. I mean, a few years back, I gave a talk in Helsinki, and Jim March, you know who Jim March is at Stanford. He was a professor of mine at one point, and he was giving a talk right before mine, and he talked about and later wrote about, and then I later quoted him in The Connective Edge. He talked about the logic of consequences and versus the logic of appropriateness. And the logic of consequences means it's a very economic way of figuring things out. What's going to bring the highest value, and you bet on that or you do that. Whereas the logic of appropriateness says, what kind of a person am I? What should a person like me do in this situation? And that's how I try to live my life. And I used to be very, very religious. But at age 37, I became an atheist. And Rich Mao, who's the president of Fuller Theological Seminary, teases me and says, Jean, you're a secular Jew. I mean, I'm certainly Jewish. I feel very strongly. But I don't, I'm not religious anymore.
Why did you become an atheist?
Because I looked at my life at that time, and I was really very unhappy. And I had always tried to live in a very honorable way, and tried to follow what I thought were the precepts of Judaism and the Ten Commandments, etc. And I had the worst possible life. I mean, I was married to someone who's the father of my children, but it was, let's just say it was really very unhappy. And I said to myself, if there really were the kind of God that I believe in, an anthropomorphic God who hears your prayers, I wouldn't be living this way. And I felt, this is, I can't, and if there is a God and who sees this and lets me live this way, then I don't want to believe in that God anyhow. So I am, much to the consternation of, parents, my sister, my then husband. It was like somebody opening a door and letting me see something I'd never seen before, and so I couldn't deny it anymore.
Do you think there was any part of your religious faith that influenced the way you understand leadership?
Yes, because I think I still carry with me that whole ethical, that whole ethical orientation toward the world that comes from Judaism. I mean, in doing the peace plan at the beginning, there are just some quotes from different religious figures, and there's in the I forget where in the Old Testament, maybe Isaiah, it says, oh no, it's in Psalms, and it's not quoted there. I had written it down, just gave it to Amy yesterday to ask her to make sure I had the right Psalm. But it says something about everything, the essence of the Torah is treat other people as you would want them to treat you. And that's true in Christianity. It's it's true in Baha'i, it's true in in Islam, whatever. So I just think that's such a fundamental rule, that you should treat people the way not simply the way you want them to treat you, but the way a person like you should treat them. If you're a person who believes in integrity, then act that way. Don't just say it. Do something. Make it happen the way you see that walk of integrity. And I have the greatest disrespect for people who claim to be leaders, who lie and who manipulate people. And I get into a lot of trouble about that, because when I see that happening, it's very hard for me to look the other way. So
You call them on it.
yeah, and I don't like to. I have a wall within myself, because there's the Boston part of me that says, don't be so rude, And I try to say it politely. But I must say, when I see people, whether it's at the university or in my private life or in other things that I do, who are doing things that I think are really, I have to be convinced. I don't just assume people are doing bad things. I really have to see the evidence. But once I see that, then I really feel I have an obligation to do something about it. That if I say nothing, I'm colluding. I'm as bad as they are.
I want to circle around one more time this idea of formative years in leadership. And one more time, I need to set this up. So in 2004, you published an acclaimed book with Oxford University Press, the title of which is The Allure of Toxic Leaders, Why We Follow Destructive Bosses and Corrupt Politicians and How We Can Survive Them. And Adolf Hitler, Jeff Skilling of Enron, leaders of the Catholic Church who had failed to address pedophilia by priests. And
isn't that something?
Yes, it is. And I will say, even though this isn't an interview about me, that I'm Catholic, and I am very disappointed in that whole line of... But you argue in there that followers actually enable toxic leaders, and you connect part of that argument about toxic leaders and their followers to formative childhood experiences, where you talk about, as children we learn to obey, we may rebel as teenagers, but when we leave the security of the family, we often seek replacement for parental authority, oftentimes in leaders who promise security. And then you note that in practice this means that people may sometimes gladly trade freedom for security, which did in fact happen after 9/11.
I think this happens all the time.
So here's the question. Are you basically arguing that Ketz de Vries's inner theater is at least partially responsible for the ways in which the behavior of followers enables toxic leaders?
Yes, I think that's true.
Okay.
I think that's true. I hadn't read that by Ketz. Excuse me. But that makes sense to me.
So one thing that strikes me about...
Because that becomes part of your unconscious.
Yes.
And you don't have that much control over it. So I think that when people meet toxic leaders, it speaks to them, they speak to them, they resonate with them on a very profound, deep level, that they're striking some chord that is familiar to those people, even though they don't quite understand where it's coming from. So they feel a sense of comfort with that person.
So one thing that strikes me about much of what you've written, and I'm going to be a little presumptuous here maybe, but it seems to me that that a lot of what I've read that you've written can be interpreted on more than one level. I mean, one way to look at it is advice and insight for leaders or people who want to understand leadership. But the other way is that you also challenge people in the larger society to think carefully about what they value and how they act. And I think that much of your work is a call for social change. Is that a fair reflection?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so here's the question then. If you just said no, I would have stopped right there. But so given what you argue about followers enabling toxic leaders and the role that basic childhood social and cultural experience plays in their behavior, what has to change to address the problem of toxic leadership?
A lot. A lot. I mean, that is such a profound problem, because from organization to organization, or even within families, you see so much of this, and you see people explaining it away or tolerating it. And I mean, I see this in various groups that I work with, and for example, in one area where I could see some really what I felt were corrupt things going on, and decisions being made quietly behind the scenes and then being presented to the group as if everybody had been in on it. I tried to do my homework, and so I spoke to everybody who was involved and said, did you know about this? Did you know about this? Did you know about this? Because I didn't know about it. And most of them said no, they didn't know about it. One of them said no, and then later wrote me a thing saying, well, he did know about it, and explained how he had known. But it was interesting that when we went into the meeting, and I raised the issue because I felt I knew where everybody was coming from on it, I spoke up, and people sort of weakly agreed. They were afraid to agree. And maybe, and it isn't because of having the security of tenure, because these other people had the security of tenure. It goes beyond that. So they let somebody do things, and they look the other way, and they don't even want somebody who, well, afterwards they all came up to me and said, oh, Jean, that was wonderful. Jean, that was great. And I said, well, why didn't you speak up? But I heard Phil Zimbardo speak the other night. You know who Phil is?
I don't know.
Well, he's at Stanford. He's
Zimbardo.
And he did the famous prison experiments that were really infamous at Stanford, where they took students who volunteered to an ad in the paper to be in a prison experiment, and they would make some guards and some prisoners, and the guards treated the prisoners much more negatively than they had been told to or been given permission to. And when one prisoner spoke up and complained, the other prisoners punished him. Isn't that interesting? I had forgotten about that till Phil talked about it the other night at a session that he was doing. At any rate, how did we get to that?
So
toxic leaders. Yeah, I think there is so much to be done. You have to speak out, but you have to do your homework. You know, if you just speak out, you get your head chopped off, because a single person cannot change very easily or very effectively a whole organization. You have to do your homework. You have to speak to every single person. You have to understand how they see it and get more information. You may not have all, and you usually don't have all the information, but you get more information for both sides of the picture. And I think that you have to raise people's awareness that this isn't acceptable, and that you have to have the courage to speak up. And it was interesting that when Phil was talking the other night, he started a whole new thing on, his new thing is on, well, he calls it being a hero, but he was talking about having courage, you know, to speak up and say, you know, the emperor is naked. The emperor has no clothes, and we can't live this way. This is beneath our human dignity, our intellectual dignity, our social dignity, our emotional dignity.
So good followers need to have courage as much as leaders do.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So, given what you argue about,
But you need policy changes too. You know, it's not just getting people, but policy changes come about through people.
right,
So it's a very long process, and it means it takes a lot of work, a lot of energy, and you have to speak to everybody.
so here's one of the things that I keep thinking about when I reflect on this whole business of toxic leaders and followers enabling toxic leaders. We live in a society in which we argue that the ultimate source of political power is the people, right? And if people are willing to trade liberty for security, which we have done repeatedly in the history of this country,
In the world.
then how do we address the problem? Where do we grab the thread in the tapestry and pull on it and make a difference?
Well, I think that we have to have enough people. I think Phil is right. You have to have enough people who have courage to speak up. And courage is something that you can learn. I don't think you're born with courage. I think you learn courage. And the more you speak up, the more you realize that you can speak up. You set a model for other people to follow, to speak up. I think it's contagious. You know, just as fear is contagious, so is courage. And I think that it's important to set examples for your children, for the people you work with. And it isn't fun. You know, I get annoyed at myself.
So where does this come from?
Where does what come from?
The idea that people should speak up, that they shouldn't simply defer to a leader who offers security. Where does it start?
I'm not sure. I understand.
Okay, I'll ask the question a different way. In an open society, how do we identify and establish the appropriate boundaries between freedom and security?
I think that's something that we have to talk about from the time the children are tiny. Okay? I think that that's more important than teaching kids all kinds of things in elementary school. I think we should teach children about ethics, about peace, about the values that we want in the society, what it takes to secure those values, to protect those values, and to study things that have gone on, of the Holocaust. I mean, how could something like that happen? And it's happening again and again in smaller ways. And it's hidden from us. We don't, the press doesn't want to talk about it very much. So I think that we have to keep studying history. I mean, if we don't study history, we're just as Toynbee or whoever it was who said it, says we're condemned to repeat the mistakes of the past. And I think we can't turn away because it's so horrible to look at. It is horrible to look at. You know, last night I was debating with myself because I was cleaning off my desk because I didn't want you to see my usual mess. That is a book I'm working on, so I feel I'm entitled to leave that mess.
I understand how the piles work.
Yeah, thank you. But I was looking at a thing from the Museum of Tolerance. And I think the word tolerance should be stricken from the English language. We shouldn't think about tolerating other people. We should think about accepting and learning from other people. If I say, I tolerate your religion, that means I put up with you. I don't really like it, but I'll stand it.
Right.
I'll take a deep breath and try to hang on. But I think we have to go beyond that. I think it has to be more about acceptance, understanding, learning from other people. I said I was a Bostonian, and I am to my very core, in, I think, both good and bad ways. But at any rate, I was looking at this thing from the Museum of Tolerance here in LA, in which they were offering a whole set of videos of one horrible thing after another, the Holocaust, things of that ilk. And I thought, I really should buy that and watch it. And I thought, I don't think I can bear to sit there and weep. I thought, and I was having an argument with myself. You really should watch it. No, it's too horrible to watch. And I think that we do want to look away. We want to forget it. When politicians, they say something over and over again that once you notice it, you can't help hearing it all the time. When something bad happens, they say things like, well, let's put this behind us. They don't explain it. They don't tell you how they got into that, how they got us into that mess. They just say, okay, this sponge, I accept responsibility. Now let's put it behind us. Yesterday, my secretary my admin person was telling me that the meeting had to be postponed because those two big notebooks there, that she had sent them out to reviewers and had not told them to return them, so she had to make new ones for the committee at home. And she said, I take responsibility. I said, Kathy, forget it. Who cares? You don't have to feel that, you have to, tear your soul out to take that's become such a thing about people in a very sort of pro forma and abject way, saying, I take responsibility. Yeah, she did it. But that's not a big thing. But I think we do need to think about being responsible for our own actions, particularly in ways that affect other people. And virtually everything we do affects other people.
Does our current public education system do much of a job along those lines?
I think it's pathetic. Totally pathetic. One of the things I think we really need to do is get in there and redesign public education from K through 12 and higher education too. Because until we do that, we'll still be glorifying war. We'll still be teaching all the wrong values. I have one daughter who has been studying bullying for many years. And one night, as I was falling asleep, I thought, you know what she needs to do? She needs to print up T-shirts that say, bullies are not cool. Okay?
Peter Drucker would have liked that idea.
Okay.
He said, if it fits on a T-shirt, it works.
Yeah. But I just think that we have to start when kids are little. You can't take someone who's 26 and very easily turn them around. I remember one of the most shocking things. There are only two times in my 25 years of teaching, 30 years of teaching at this point, that have shocked me, things that students said. And one was said one day in class by a young man who was sitting, it's an amphitheater, he was sitting up there in the next to last row. And I was talking about ethics, and he raised his hand and he said, well, I think ethics are irrelevant. And I'm sure my jaw probably, not only metaphorically, but probably physically dropped. I was astounded. Astounded that, one, that he would think it, and two, that he'd be stupid enough to say it, even if he thought it. At any rate, I mean, wouldn't you think, shouldn't I think about what that's going to sound like, the impact it's going to have on people? At any rate, when students, on the rare occasions that they say things that I really disagree with, I never, in fact, respond directly. I usually say, well, what does the rest of the class think? And I let the class respond. And then at the end, I came back and I said, well, what do you think is relevant? And he said, incentives. And I was like, what? And he came up to me after class, and I said, and my husband, my second husband, used to say to me, Jean, you're always stepping out of role. Just be their professor. You don't have to be their mama. But I said to him, I cannot believe that your parents brought you up to think that ethics were irrelevant. And he said, oh, yes, they did. My father's across the street in his office. You can go talk to him right now. He'll tell you. And suddenly, it was only like the second or third class meeting, and I didn't connect his last name to this person across the street, who is, without question, the most reviled member of the faculty.
Oh my.
Everybody detests this person. He is such a bully. He is so obnoxious. He is so disrespectful of everybody. And then my heart went out to this kid, because I thought, how could he have been anything else? You
Right.
know, if you're brought up that way. I think caregivers, and that includes teachers, from the very beginning, we have to change the way people look at the world, the way they look at themselves, the way they look at one another. That we have, I don't expect parents, myself included, to be perfect. Okay? I don't expect my own parents to have been perfect. We all have our strengths, we have our weaknesses. But at the same time, I think that it's really important for us to try to instill in kids through education. I mean, education can offset a lot of bad parenting. And I don't know how you get at teaching parents, unless you begin when they're little and by the time they grow up. It's a long business, a long trajectory. But at any rate, I think it does have to be done and it has to be in every aspect of society. It has to be in the political realm too, where we don't put up with leaders who are charming but corrupt. You know, I wrote about, I think in the Toxic Leader book, I wrote about a real case about this person who was utterly charming. He was the president of a university. Utterly charming and completely corrupt. I mean, it got to the point where if he told us that today was Friday, we would think it was any day but Friday. And everybody felt that way toward him. And the woman who worked for him did not see this for very long. Well, nobody saw it for a long time. Everybody was charmed by him. But she and I happened through other very weird circumstances. We became very good friends. And when I realized how corrupt he was, I had an ethical dilemma. I felt, I can't let Mary keep seeing this person as an admirable, charm. He was extremely charismatic, okay, extremely. And so I asked her and another friend, we were all good friends, and they both had worked with this guy. I invited them to lunch, and I told them what I knew, what I had discovered. And I felt awful telling them, because I felt it was one of the, saddest days of my own life, because I hate disillusioning people. And I knew this would be a huge disillusionment, particularly for Mary. And once she saw it, once you see the embedded rabbit in the landscape,
Right.
It's hard to go back.
Hard to turn your eyes away.
To not seeing it anymore. So at any rate, but later when I saw her, and we've been friends for years, I saw her sometime later after he had left and somebody else was in his place who was really an honorable, decent guy. And I said something about our new president, and she said, oh, but she said, I really miss the old one. He was so much fun. And she's putting her finger on this quality of excitement of that I think I've often thought from my days in the White House that there's something that I think of as the Garden of Eden. It's that area around the leader that people want to be in and be part of. And they don't want to be thrown out of the Garden of Eden. And
So you'll do what it takes to stay there, even eat the apple.
Right, precisely. When I was in the White House, not that I was there during a corrupt time, but I saw the great lengths to which people would go to work in the White House. There were people who worked there as volunteers who came in at 7 o'clock in the morning, worked till 10 o'clock at night, paid exorbitant parking fees, babysitting fees, just so they could be in the White House. Well, some of them, I think, did it because they felt they would get a job subsequently, and some of them did, but others didn't, and they stayed there and stayed there. I couldn't believe it. And when I was there, I was invited to the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences, and I said, okay, I'm going. And when I said I was leaving the White House, people thought I'd taken leave. The people in the White House thought I'd taken leave of my senses. They couldn't conceptualize that somebody would leave that place voluntarily. That was a good learning experience. I think people should have to do government service because you learn something about how a country is run. And that's important because it gives you a handle, an understanding.
What did you learn about how our country was run that you took away from there?
A lot. I learned a lot. I learned that you can have an impact on policy and that you can make things change, you can make things happen, and how to do it.
And you were in the Carter White House in 1978.
Right.
Okay.
But I was not a Carter appointee in that sense. I was already in the government, and they asked if I would move from where I was to the domestic, as an advisor to the domestic policy staff, which I did. And it was, even before I got to the White House working at NIE, it was a great learning experience. Learned how you can influence policy, what you have to do, the hard work that goes into it, and what the pitfalls can be. I think everybody should do a year, at least a year with the federal government, and then we all have to deal with the federal government the rest of our lives.
That's right.
At least have a sense of how does this come together? How did they get to do this to me?
So I'm going to ask you one more general question, and then I'm going to sort of drop back in a chronological sequence.
Go ahead.
But as we've been talking for 10 minutes or so, generally, if I were to conclude that you're not satisfied with the way we educate people to be citizens and relate to leaders, would I be drawing a correct conclusion?
Absolutely. Yes, you would.
So we talked a little bit about your family and the Depression, and you pointed out that you really didn't know there was a Depression going on because your parents were reasonably well off and insulated you from it. But I also noticed, and because I did a little arithmetic, you officially became a teenager in April of 1946, just about 8 months after World War II ended. Did living through the home front of World War II have any influence on the person you later became?
I don't know. I've never thought much about that. But certainly I remember being frightened by it. And my father was an air raid warden. And I think we all believed that we could be bombed. And we were all really, I remember the day that I remember the newspaper, the day that you know, the war was over. We were down the beach at our summer place, and how happy we all were. And my mother, I brought the newspaper to my mother, and she was so happy and thrilled. I think that was a frightening period, but nothing like the way people lived in other countries, not the way people must have been frightened by it in Germany and Europe and other places, or even in Japan.
You were a teenager during the early Cold War. Did that experience have any impact on the person you later became?
Well, I think later on, the Cold War had an impact on me because I visited the Soviet Union. I visited the Soviet Union during the Gorbachev years, and I remember they took my passport at the hotel, and I was walking around Moscow without a passport, and I felt totally at ease. I didn't feel the least bit concerned, and I was aware of it, and I thought, isn't that interesting, that here I am in the country that we think is the big enemy, and I feel totally comfortable about this. I think, and I see it now more and more, I see it with China, that we make a bugaboo out of other countries for our own internal purposes. And I have been trying to work with a former student of mine who's the dean of a business school in Nanjing, because he's in the Communist Party there, and I want him to do something to make his government officials communicate with the White House, because I think it would be great if the U.S. and China signed a peace treaty that the rest of the world could be blown away by, and we would stop making them the enemy. They would stop making us the enemy. There's only everything to be gained by working together.
So, just following up on that, something just jumped in my head as you were talking. One of the most unusual and maybe brilliant but ethically corrupt presidents we ever had opened the door to China.
Right. There are people who are ethically corrupt can have other qualities. You know, they often are brilliant.
Richard Nixon, for the benefit of anybody who's listening.
They often are brilliant, or they wouldn't have been able to think it up in the first place and carry it off in the second place. So I don't think that toxic leaders are unattractive or lacking in other qualities. The sad thing is, and this is true of criminals too, many of them are brilliant. It's just, I often think, why do criminals spend so much of their energy and their brain power thinking up criminal activities, when if they put that where they'll eventually, most of them, not all, but most of them will get caught. Why don't they put that to a more constructive use, and they could have a different life and create something good for the society? But I think that there's an excitement element that takes over too. But I think you can be just as excited by doing something that's a positive force in the world. I mean, that excites me. The idea of, talking to people, convincing people that we could do something in a different way, in a way that would make a positive, constructive difference, that would change the direction of where we're going. And I do believe that's possible.
In 1954, you graduated from Wellesley College with an A.B. in English Literature. So I'm guessing that you started there in 1950? So I hope that people who are listening to this recording will know that Wellesley was and remains an exclusive and demanding college for women located in Massachusetts, just west of Boston.
Yeah.
Why did you pick Wellesley, and why English Literature?
I didn't pick Wellesley. My mother picked it for me from the time I was 3 years old. So I had nothing to do with it.
Were you happy with the choice?
No, yes and no. I was ambivalent. I had been accepted at Radcliffe and Smith and a few other places. I wanted to go to Radcliffe because my best friends were going there from my best friends from high school were going there. But I felt I couldn't disappoint my mother. She had her heart so set on it. And, you know, I've had sort of a love-hate relationship with Wellesley because I always want them to do more than they do. So, and
I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, but why did you study English literature?
because I used to write poetry. When I was in high school, I wrote poetry, and in Wellesley too, and I was the editor of the Creative Writing magazine, and I was editor of the newspaper. I was, and at Wellesley too.
So you were a really good student.
So I was always thought of myself as a poet.
Mm-hmm. Do you still think of yourself as a poet?
No, no, not really. Although I care about writing, and I know when my writing is good and when it isn't. You know, I just have a visceral sense of it. So I've always written, you know, from the time I was quite young.
You think that's important?
To write well?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes, I do. I think there are two things that students have to learn. One is to write well, to be able to express themselves orally and in written language too, to articulate their ideas in a clear and appealing and meaningful way, so that you get through to other people.
So you were accepted at Radcliffe.
Mm-hmm.
You were accepted at Wellesley.
Mm-hmm.
And anywhere else?
Yeah, Smith, Bryn Mawr. My mother would not allow me to apply to anything other than the Seven Sister colleges. And if I didn't get into one, I wouldn't have gotten into any of them probably, because they all had pretty much the same. So that was a risky strategy, but she didn't want to hear about Radcliffe or Smith or any of those. And I had heard about Wellesley she never took me to visit, even though it was one town away. I never saw it till I went there for an interview.
And your mom did not have a college education?
My mother had been accepted at college, and her father died. And she felt she couldn't leave her mother. She was the only one living at home. And my mother took over her father's business. And my grandfather imported tea and coffee and spices. And so my mother felt she had to stay closer to home. So she went to Teachers College. And that's now called Lowell University.
So you must have had a pretty amazing cohort of friends in high school if they're headed off to Radcliffe and you're going to Wellesley.
Oh, well, I went to Newton High, which at that time, and I think may still be, which sort of amazes me, at least it was for many, many years, considered one of the top high schools in the country. For many years it was number one in the country. And they had, you know, curriculum 1, curriculum 2. Curriculum 1 was for people who were going to four-year colleges. And so I was with an amazing cohort of students who went to, you know, all of the top colleges.
New England high schools track their students pretty rigorously.
Yeah, and most of us went, you know, Bostonians, myself included, then were, I don't know if they still are, very provincial. So everybody thought, you know, you didn't go far. I mean, here were all these colleges. In my family, all my male cousins went to Harvard. Mm-hmm. The dumb ones went to Yale.
Oh my.
Okay, but that's
I hope none of the dumb ones are listening.
But the thing is, do you understand that it was a provincialism? Who would ever think that? I wouldn't think that today. I think that's ridiculous.
I grew up in northeastern Connecticut. I understand what you're talking about.
So then you understand
I do.
that people in New England, I don't think about going to the West Coast. When I told my mother that I was going to go to Stanford as a postdoc, I'll never forget it. We were walking on the beach at our summer place, and she looked at me and gave me a look and said, "Wow, you never did ask for advice, which was hilarious because I was always the goody two shoes who did anything I was supposed to do so that I wouldn't disappoint her. So
when you were about to enter college in 1950, how did you imagine your life was going to turn out? What did you think the future held for you?
I think I had a very limited view of what I was going to do, really. I didn't really understand what graduate school was until I was, pretty far into college. I had cousins who had gone to law school, so but I somehow, that didn't connect in my head. I don't know, I think I was very sort of, dim-witted.
It seems hard to believe, but...
No, but I think I didn't, and by the time I was midway through, by the time I was a junior, I wanted to switch and take medical school, subjects and go to medical school. This is very musical house, you have to ignore it. But then I met the person that my first husband, and I was married as an undergraduate. I was married when I was a senior at Wellesley.
So that would have been
in 53, in October of 53. And he was very adamant that he didn't want any what he called hen medic in his family. So
what was the term he used?
Hen medic.
Like chicken, A-T-N.
Yeah,
oh
right,
my goodness.
Like a hen. So, and you have to understand, I grew up being the obedient child in the family, okay? My sister was the rebel. I was the obedient one. And so I think I carried that with me into that relationship, that if he didn't want me to go much as I wanted to, I could see it was bothering him, I wouldn't go, I'd do something else. And so I decided, but by the time I graduated, not when I graduated, but I think on graduation day, 9 months later, I had Lorna, our first child. And by that time, I was home, I'd been home, I'd graduated, and I was home 9 months doing nothing but having morning sickness. And I thought, I need to do something more. So I was doing things like being the president of the junior alums from Wellesley, people who were 10 years out.
Right.
Everything I did, maybe I better not say this. This is going to be on the web.
Okay.
But let me put it this way, I decided that if I was going to do something, I was going to do something that I really cared about. I wasn't going to waste my time being the president of the Wellesley Club or doing things, living the life of, a physician's wife.
Mm-hmm. And was your first husband a physician?
He was a cardiac surgeon, cardiac and thoracic surgeon. He was a resident when I married him. So I had a lot of time to myself because he worked every day and he worked every other weekend and he worked every other night and stayed over at the hospital. So I had plenty of time to go to school, and I went back to school when Lorna was 15 months old, and I got a master's degree at Wellesley. But then you asked me what I thought my life would be. This is how limited my own thinking was. When I was going to get this master's degree, my idea then of the perfect life would be that to have the life I had, be married, have my child, and teach a course at Wellesley on Thursdays. I don't know, Thursday was the day I wanted to do. Okay, teach a seminar at Wellesley on Thursdays.
So
those were my horizons.
So your master's degree, AM, is in sociology.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you pick sociology?
Well, because I had taken sociology courses at Wellesley, excuse me, and liked them. I don't know, it was interesting. I like psychology too, but as an undergraduate, the first psychology course I took was all about the I, and that was so boring to me that I thought, this is definitely not for me. But I'm interested in that, that boundary between people and social groups.
Did you write a thesis?
Mm-hmm.
What was your thesis about?
My
master's thesis.
It was on the role of the surgical residency and the history of the surgical residency and the role of the surgical resident.
Gee.
And I thought I was going to be a medical sociologist because that really interested me. But there were pressures not to go anywhere near the field of medicine.
So I looked at Wellesley's website, the current website, and it says, one of the things it says on there is, makes the following observation: not to be ministered unto, but to minister
unto.
Yeah, and
that's its motto.
And the capturing the 4 Latin words, the mission to provide an excellent liberal arts education for women will make a difference in the world.
Well, I know no ministrari said ministrari
Right.
because that was beaten into our heads. I didn't know the other. But Hillary Clinton went there. Madeleine Albright went there.
Now, Madeleine Albright was there sort of when you were.
No, I don't
No?
think so.
No.
I think she was between me and Hillary.
Okay. Did you know either of them?
No.
Were there any of your fellow students that were there while you were there who went on to distinguished careers whose names we might recognize? Besides yourself, of course, but
No. Wellesley doesn't even know I exist, please.
they should, for the record.
They haven't a clue. Well, there was a woman, Anna McCann, who became a very distinguished archaeologist.
What was her name again?
Anna McCann. Mm-hmm. She was a beautiful, dedicated, lovely human being. She died a few years ago, and she used to dive off the Greek Isles for archaeological remains. So that was interesting. And I think there have been people who have gone into local government and stuff like that.
So thinking about Wellesley's motto, when you left Wellesley in 1958 with a master's degree, did you think you could make a difference in the world?
No.
When you look back from the present, do you think you've made a difference?
Recently I have begun to think that yes, I've made a little difference through my students. That when I see what my students do and the things that they're trying to do and that they're trying to accomplish, I think, yeah, that's good. And particularly when they say things which I think they're mistaken about, but they believe it. They'll say, when you said blah, blah, blah to me, that really had such an impact. And I think students oftentimes put into the mouths of their professors things that they think are important. Because Hal Levitt, my second husband, and I used to talk about that. That used to happen to both of us a lot. That our students would tell us that, oh, when you said such and such, that changed my life. That I don't, and we'd say, I don't even remember saying that. It's not something I ever would have said. It doesn't even conform to what I think. I'm sure I never said it. But I do think you have an impact on students.
Do you have? I'll say that I talked to 2 of your former students that you suggested the names. Do you understand how, the high regard in which your students hold you? Are you aware of that?
Some. Yeah, some I'm sure of.
Maybe the guy who didn't believe in ethics, but
Yeah. Well, do you want to know about him? Although I think this was a little manipulation. He came to me later and said he wanted to get a degree at the Drucker School as well as in economics, where he was getting it, and he wanted me to be his, his supervisor. And I said I couldn't because I already had too many students and it wouldn't be fair to them or to him. I said, but if I did, I would make you write an essay on ethics first. But I think, there are students who, we all have professors or teachers who made huge impacts on our lives. I mean, I had a teacher, Mr. Thompson, when I was in the 8th grade, and I have tried to find him on the web. I'm sure he's no longer living because, I'm 79 and he was probably 40 when I had him. But he taught me how to write. And for years, ever since the web came into being, I tried to find him because I wanted to thank him because I think I can write because of him.
Miss Thompson taught me how to write.
Miss-
Miss Thompson. I'm
That's
sure she had a
funny.
first name, but
Yeah,
I don't know what it was.
I don't remember what his was. either.
So you must have been smitten by the sociology bug because in 1970 you graduated from Harvard with a PhD, studied with a pretty famous sociologist, Dr. Parsons. Why did you apply to Harvard?
For a simple reason.
I mean, I could say that you're one of the smart ones based on what you said before, but I mean, there must have been a reason besides that.
Limitations. I was married. My husband was a resident, a surgical resident in Boston. I couldn't just pick myself up and go anywhere. I had to do it in Boston. So if I were going to do it in Boston, then I would want to do it at what I thought was the best place to do it. So I applied to Harvard, and I applied to Yale because I thought maybe I could take a train back and forth one day a week or something. And I applied to Tufts, and I got into all three, but I went to Harvard.
Now, by the time you entered the PhD program at Harvard, how many children did you have?
I had one, but I was pregnant with my second, and I didn't dare tell them because I thought they would throw me out. Because they didn't take, let me step back a minute. When I finished my master's degree, Harvard still was not accepting women. You had to go be admitted to Radcliffe. So I applied to Radcliffe, and I got in. And Radcliffe was always, it never had its own faculty. Okay, so we just took courses. It was Radcliffe Graduate School. Okay, and so, but I was pregnant with Leslie at that point, but I didn't dare tell them because I felt if I tell them, they'll throw me out altogether because they weren't keen on my being a part-time student, which I was. I was the first official part-time student in the history of Harvard University.
So were you admitted to Radcliffe or Harvard?
I was admitted to Radcliffe, but then this is what happened. I was pregnant, and I had Leslie, and I stayed out for a semester. And during that semester, Radcliffe went out of existence. The Radcliffe Graduate School went out of existence, and now I had to reapply to Harvard. So I had to reapply to get back in, which I did. And I got back in, and they had given me a fellowship, which they cut in half so I could have it twice as long, they'd never done that before. But
Why do you think they did that?
I think I know why they did it, because in those days, graduate students didn't publish papers, and they didn't give papers before professional associations. But I had given a paper, I had published a paper before I got to Radcliffe. But I didn't know anything about publishing papers. But that was a serious ethical lesson for me, okay? I wrote a paper in a course at Wellesley, and I got an A on it. But when you wrote a paper in a course, you just wrote it and you handed it in. The professor didn't ask you for a proposal or anything. The professor had nothing to do with it. So I handed it in, I got an A. And then my professor asked me, would I like to present that to the American Sociological Association? I didn't even know there was one, okay? I mean, yeah, I can't describe to you how naive and provincial I was, okay? Truly, I'm not exaggerating. So I didn't know that existed, but I said, sure, fine, that's great. So then he said, well, I'll have my secretary type your paper for you, because there weren't computers, you couldn't, you
Right.
know. So I thought, oh, that is wonderful, what a kind person. So he did that. Then he called me up and he said, I sent the paper off. You know, we had the secretary do this, and we sent the paper off. And I hope you don't mind, but I put my name on it too. I was in a state of shock. I could not believe that a professor of mine would want to take a student's paper and put his name on it, and he hadn't written one word. Talk about formative experiences in my life. I have never put my name on a student's paper. They have asked me to repeatedly, and I think sometimes they're angry because they feel if I put my name on it, they have a better chance of getting it published. But things are supposed to be reviewed blind. How blind, who knows? But that was such an ethical shock to me. I could not believe that.
I mean, on the one hand, that's incredibly unethical. On the other hand, did you ever stop and think, if he was willing to do this, how good am I?
No, I didn't think that at all. I didn't think that.
I mean, because
I
did
thought
you
it-
realize this doesn't happen every day? It's
Oh,
not
well,
a common
I-
occurrence.
Yeah, no, I was very excited about it.
Yeah.
Okay, but and you'll see what a provincial protected life I led. When I was going to go to Washington to give this paper, my sister went with me because my parents and my husband felt I shouldn't travel by myself. Okay, and I totally concurred. Okay.
So when you went to graduate school at Harvard,
Mm-hmm.
after you had your daughter and then you reapplied or readmitted,
Yeah, and then I had a third child.
while
Wow.
you were a graduate student.
Yes.
And can I ask when the child was born?
Peter was born in 61,
So,
and I graduated in 70. And I remember he was wearing a stole of mine at graduation. He was walking in front of me. He was a little kid, and he was wearing my stole.
how did you manage to balance being a wife and a mother and a graduate student at the same time?
Well, partly I could do it because the person I was married to, as I said before, was in, he was in a residency program. So he worked every single day, every other night, and every other weekend. So, once my kids went to bed, I had plenty of time. And, what was I going to do with myself? I wasn't somebody who was going to get a babysitter. I didn't have the money to do it. So I wasn't going to get a babysitter and go out with my friends to the movies or anything else. And I wanted to do something that I cared about. And I had decided I really wanted to do this. So, and I can get very stubborn. That's another quality of mine. That I was determined that I didn't care who said I couldn't do it. My mother was against it. My husband, totally against it. My father, it wasn't clear. My mother would tell me my father was against it. Nobody was for it except the one person who helped me was my sister, who would loan me her car and bring it over to me at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I would drive her back to work and then back home again. Then I'd go to Wellesley and and do my thing and come back. Then I'd take my Lorna, who was really an infant, and bundle her up and drive her to Claire's office, and Claire would drive me back again, and then Claire would go home, which was in a totally different direction. So my sister has been a very important stalwart support in my life, emotionally.
And that continued through your doctoral program?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
So,
She was the only one who, and it was interesting because she wasn't interested in going to graduate school. Those things weren't of interest to her.
she was interested in you.
Yeah, well, she was interested in art and, having a freer life. She wanted, to have a life without constraints, where she could do what she wanted to do.
So, without getting into a whole lot of detail, would it be fair for me to conclude that minus your sister, you really didn't have much of a support system while you were a doctoral student?
None. And not only didn't I have a support system, I had people pulling in the opposite direction.
So, given that situation, or let me ask it a different way, what role did that situation play in the development of your thinking and understanding about subjects like gender and leadership as you went on with your career?
I don't know, maybe, in an unconscious way it did, but it became clear to me, certainly my struggle to go to graduate school, I had to convince Harvard to let me be a part-time student. They'd never had one before.
You were the first part?
I was the first part-time graduate student in the history of Harvard University. And I met people later who told me that they kept it secret for a number of years because they didn't want other women coming to them and asking to do the same thing. I think I felt a sense of injustice about things, that I felt, why shouldn't I be able to go to graduate school? Why shouldn't I be able to do these things? Why should it be so hard? Why should I not have, the support of, say, a mother who had always been in my corner in terms of education? If I hadn't gone to Wellesley, if I hadn't graduated, she would have been furious and disappointed besides. But the minute I was married, I think she felt, now you're supposed to, live a traditional life. You're married. She would send me pictures from the newspaper of my high school friends who were married and who were having teas at their house for the the auxiliary wives from the hospital. That was like the last thing on earth I wanted to do.
So how did you end up working with Talcott Parsons?
Oh, well, because I went to Harvard also because there was somebody by the name of Neil Gross who had written a book on the role of the school superintendent. And he was the one who began the whole field of role theory. And I went to see him because I was really interested in what he was doing. So he was my, one of my mentors, and he told me to go see Parsons. And then Alex Inkeles, I don't know if you know who Alex was.
And his last name is?
Inkeles, Inkeles.
I don't know.
Well, he was at Harvard when I was there, and later he was at Stanford. And Alex was somebody who became very interested and was a big supporter of mine and very helpful. So and this was interesting. At Wellesley, when I was finishing my master's degree, I don't think I was thinking of going beyond. And my professors kept saying to me, well, where are you going to apply for your PhD? And I was embarrassed to say, I wasn't thinking of it. So then that was what gave me the idea to do it. And so I was always encouraged by my professors. Talcott Parsons, when I finished my dissertation, I saw him I was living in Pittsburgh by that time and commuting to Cambridge. And I had brought my dissertation to him and delivered it. And I was too scared to call him up and say, well, what did you think? And I ran into him in a restaurant in Cambridge, and he said, Mrs. Blumen, I would like you to make an appointment to see me. I thought, this is it. This is curtains. And so I felt I had to, and I came in, and I was scared to death because I was sure he was going to tell me it was not satisfactory, because I just sort of did it on my own. I lived in Pittsburgh, I went home, I did the thing, and then I brought it back, okay? I didn't send him a chapter every time it was done. And so he said to me, well, he was a very shy man, and he said, well, Mrs. Blumen, I think this is the best thing that's been done on women in the 20th century. vast research. And I was waiting for him to say but, and he never said but. And I was totally blown away. You know, I was really walking on air. So, but I had no one with whom I could really share that other than my sister.
So you, in writing your dissertation, it was the figurative equivalent of the person who went away in the cave and reinvented calculus. You did it on your own.
I did it on my own,
Yeah.
but I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I know you read the literature and everything.
But
you weren't sending him chapters and meeting with her every week.
No. I just wrote it and then I brought it.
So he was one of the faculty members who developed the sociology department at Harvard, but he also joined together with several other Harvard faculty to create the Department of Social Relations.
Yes, you know, I never
Of which
knew.
you were a member.
Yes, but I never understood until a few years ago that that was the first interdisciplinary department in the world.
So I actually didn't know that either, but I wanted to ask you two questions, and one was, what was Parsons' contribution to your intellectual development? What kind of an impact did this man have on you?
It would be nice to say a lot, but I don't think I can say that for this reason, that I didn't see that much of him.
Mm-hmm.
While I was doing my dissertation, I lived in Pittsburgh.
Because you had a postdoc. Was that why you were living in Pittsburgh?
No,
Okay.
I was living in Pittsburgh because my husband had taken a job as chief of surgery at a hospital there. So that was the first time that I moved away from Boston.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was there. And I just didn't come to Cambridge.
What about his involvement in interdisciplinary collaboration? Did that have an impact on you?
I would like to say it did, but I was living in this very solitary way. And the students were not, if Parsons had TAs who worked with him, they were all men, okay? I didn't have the time or the thought or the luxury of being able to do that, because when I was doing, can you turn that off for a minute?
All right, here we go.
Okay.
I need to make sure I get this one. All right, so we're back on, and you were telling me when the recorder was off, basically you were not a part of the fabric of what was going on in the graduate program because you were a part-time student. So,
and I was married and I had children, and I had a different life.
I'm going to ask you a question, and if you don't want to answer it, that's okay. But do you think your first husband knew how smart you were?
I don't know. I think he really, he wanted a traditional wife, put it that way. And I think he's come around. I mean, he and I are good friends now, really good friends. Mm-hmm. He is kind to me. He's kind and watchful over my sister who has medical problems. So he is a totally different person, and I appreciate everything he does for me, for my sister, for my kids, whatever.
Frances Kluckholm?
Mm-hmm.
K-L-U-C-K?
Florence Kluckholm.
Florence, right. Did you work with her at Harvard?
She taught co-taught a course that I took.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. And one of my best friends at Harvard was her TA, Lucretia Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
And Florence Kluckholm, and I'm blocking on his name. I'm trying to remember which person it was. She and the male professor who was teaching that course fought the whole time. And the rest of us sat, it was a seminar table this big, and the rest of us sort of backed off when they would go at each other, and we were stunned. We couldn't believe the professors would talk to each other that way.
Huh. They were fighting over the subject matter, one can conclude? Mm-hmm. I mean, there's now a Center for the Study of Values named after her in Seattle. I mean, did you have a continuing, okay.
No, I only knew her in that very limited way. And I knew more about her because Lucretia worked for her and would talk to me about her.
Am I correct that your dissertation focused on the wives of medical students?
No,
Okay.
I didn't pick that subject. Polly Bunting, Mary Bunting, who was the president of Radcliffe, had some money from the Green Stamp people to study the wives. Do you remember Green Stamp?
I do.
The wives.
My mother used to glue them in the books,
Right,
yes.
I did too. The wives of Harvard graduate students, because she had just come to Radcliffe a few years before, and she was concerned that these women were not going to fulfill themselves, that they were being the handmaidens to these, Harvard graduate students. They were typing their dissertations, da-da-da. So she wanted somebody to do a dissertation on this, and she had money to support it. And so she went to talk to Parsons and asked him, did he know somebody who could do this? And I was going to continue my work on medical sociology. At any rate, he told her about me, and then she went to Alex Inkelis, and he said, oh, you should ask Jean Blumen, as I was then known. And so she heard it from two people and got the mistaken impression that my name was on everyone's lips, so she called me.
Well, it was on two people's
Yeah,
lists.
right. And so that's how I happened to do that.
So your research then was on the wives of graduate students?
Of Harvard
Graduate
graduate students.
And you interviewed them? Is that how you conduct?
I sent them, I'm embarrassed to say this, 150 questionnaire, some of which had 17 subparts. And
That's what graduate students do.
yeah, well, if I were teaching a graduate student today, I'd say that is ridiculous. Somebody should have told me not to do that. But this was the interesting thing, and I did it under the auspices. That's somebody going up. I did that under the auspices of the Radcliffe Institute, and it was about a week, less than a week after I sent all of these out. And it was costly to send these out, so it was good that we had green stamp money.
Right.
A huge bag was returned by the post office, an immense bag of questionnaires. And so Jean de Solapool, who happened to be, at the Institute at the time, said, oh, she thought that I had misaddressed all of these. They had filled them out and sent them back within a week. I had something like a 78 or 72% response.
My goodness.
Do you know what that really signals? I mean, I don't think
You were tapping into something.
it's something that, and this was even more interesting, on the back, it was a huge booklet of questions. On the back cover, people wrote me by hand these long, messages on both sides, and they would thank me for having sent this to them and paying attention to what they were trying to do.
So Talcott Parsons thought that was the best thing written on women in the 20th century?
Yeah, and he said, oh, well, you should send it to Matilda Riley and to Robert Merton, which I never did.
Was your dissertation ever published?
Well, a piece of it was, I never tried to publish it. A piece of it was published in Scientific American because Gerald, what was his name? He was the editor of Scientific American, heard about it and asked me if I would write an article for Scientific American. So one weekend I wrote an article. It took me all day Saturday to write that. Saturday and part of Sunday.
That's actually pretty quick. So you are...
I was just writing about one small part of it, so it was easy.
But I mean, you're studying a group of women who obviously are very grateful that somebody's paying attention to their lives, but these are also, I hope I'm going to use the right word, women who found themselves in a situation where they were basically living vicariously through their husbands?
Well, this was interesting because it's one part of one part of the sample were also in graduate students themselves, but a small part. But most of them were not. Most of them were. Excuse me, this thing is stuck. Most of them were just, taking care of their husbands, and they'd say, "This is what really got me." I asked one question. Their mean age was something like 22 or 24, although there was one woman in there who was 60-something. And I asked them, what would their ideal life be, say, 10 years from now? What would, if they could picture what was the ideal life for them? I could not believe it. They said, and this was the most common answer, they said they wanted to be married, to, have children, and belong to the garden club. And I was flabbergasted. And I was, I who had struggled so hard to go to graduate school, I couldn't believe this. And there were several female graduate students at Harvard when I was there. And they would say things to me like, I don't understand you. Why are you doing it? You're married, you have kids. When I get married, they'll never see me here. And I was thinking, you're crazy. I couldn't, we were living in parallel universes or something.
So the work that you did for your dissertation, which your advisor liked a great deal, how did that work and its findings and the conclusions you drew shape your later thinking on subjects like gender and power and leadership?
Well, the Scientific American article, as I recall, was about one question on sex role ideology. And I was really interested in the issue about women. Mm-hmm. I mean, because here I was, coming from an all-girl family. I had a mother who was very interested in my being educated up to a point. When I wanted to go beyond that, I had no support from anybody other than my sister. And I began to realize, when I went to Harvard for an interview, they told me, we don't accept people who are part-time. This was when Harvard was hard, when I had to go and reapply. And I was very lucky that the person I spoke to, Gordon Allport, said to me, this is when I was applying to Radcliffe, but I had to go speak to the Harvard department.
Gordon Allport, the psychologist?
Yeah. He said to me, well, you just walk over there and you knock on the door and you say, I wish to come in. I mean, I remember that so clearly. If he had said it to me yesterday, it just burned into my brain. And some years later, I was invited to Harvard to the department to talk about my work. I forget what I was working on at the time. And he came. And he didn't, just like, as I said to you before, students remember things that people say to them, but he did say that to me. So maybe I do say that to my students. And I said to him, I said to the group, I probably wouldn't be here today if he hadn't said that to me. If he had said, there is no chance, of you getting in here, forget it, go home, take care of your babies and keep quiet, that would have been, I'm sure, I would have folded my tent and crept away.
So at what point did you realize that you were breaking down barriers?
When I was at Harvard.
Okay. And would it be reasonable to conclude that you kept doing that for the rest of your life?
Where I had to. I don't think I can't think of other well, when I came to Claremont, that was a barrier because I was the first female full professor on any of the campuses of the Claremont colleges.
1983?
Yes,
Yeah.
And in addition, I came in an endowed chair, and I had a double professorship, so that was, and that was weird because that was when everybody was looking for a woman. They wanted a woman, a token. And so I felt, I I felt very dehumanized by that because I had to appear at all these things where I was like a cutout of Reagan in Washington in a tourist shop, and people would stand next to it and have their picture taken. And I said to my friend, the one I said is my oldest friend who lives here, I called her and I said, no, it wasn't to Connie, it was to Polly, who was a friend from college. That's her picture right there behind her with the dark glasses.
Oh.
She went to Wellesley with me and then later lived on the same street with her husband, who had been my first husband's roommate in medical school. And I said, I hate this because everything I say gets repeated. The most banal thing I say gets repeated and it comes back to me and I hear it. And I feel like I'm never going to have any friends here because you can't have a conversation that isn't going to be reported 2 minutes later. And she said, don't worry about that. I will create a life for you. So she, on the west side, so she said she invited 6 other people to this luncheon, most of whom came from Wellesley. And one of them is this person I said, who is my best friend now, because Polly died 20 years ago, 2 days ago, okay? And I ran into, at that luncheon, this other friend whom I'd known since I was 13. She was a year ahead of me, so we weren't friends, because when you're that young, somebody a year behind you, you wouldn't be caught dead.
That's
talking, right? Not in New England, at least. So, and she and I remained friends till the day she died, and I'm very close to her kids, 2 of whom live out here, and a third one in New York that I'm close to, too. And she really created a life. So I was breaking a barrier, and I didn't like it. It didn't feel, part of me, I felt I was entitled to that for the work that I had done. I didn't feel that I was a token in the sense that I didn't deserve it. I felt it was tokenism in that they weren't going to appoint anybody else. So I made it my business to be sure that they did bring in other women. And I began with another colleague of mine, a female colleague, something called the FFF, the Female Faculty Forum. And this has had a real impact on the university. We're totally ex-cathedral. And we don't want to be part of the official structure of the university. But it's reached the point, we just saw that as a way of holding the university's feet to the fire, that they would be serious about inviting women, and that we as the female faculty who were there would play a protective role toward the junior faculty and try to help them get through all the barriers and, be mentors to them. And now the FEC, the Faculty Executive Committee, when they want advice, they come to the FFF. So.
Do you think of yourself as a mentor?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Do you think successful leaders should be mentors?
Definitely.
In 1971, you completed a postdoctoral fellowship at Carnegie Mellon. Supervisor was Herbert Simon, who was a winner of the 1978 Nobel Prize.
He hadn't won the Nobel Prize yet.
That's right.
And
Right.
I used to tease him. I used to tease him later and say, why?
Because I was your student.
Because you had good students.
Why Carnegie Mellon and why him?
Because I was living in Pittsburgh, and I couldn't go anywhere else. I was stuck there.
I'm assuming that Herbert Simon didn't just take anybody.
No, but I went to him, and I had a social science, SSRC, Social Science Research Council postdoc. And that was a very prestigious fellowship to have. And you could take it anywhere. I was invited to MIT, but I couldn't go anywhere. I was married and living in Pittsburgh.
And I read that you were working on math and statistics and computer science.
Right. Right. Oh, and I'll tell you something interesting. That question about, women wanted to be in the garden club.
Yeah.
I was talking to a friend of mine at that time, and I was shocked by it. And I said, I can't believe this. And it was a telephone conversation. And I remember I was in the maid's room in my mother's house talking to this friend. And I said, we were talking about what she was interested in women's roles too. And I said, what do you think would make them change their mind? You know, how can these intelligent, they were educated women, and some of them were Harvard graduate students themselves, how could they say this? And she was saying things, and I said, well, I think a crisis would make them change their minds. I think a crisis like World War II made women go into the labor force.
Right.
And I had no idea that that was one of the most fateful sentences I ever uttered, because my life took a turn at that point, and I have, from that day forward, been obsessed by crisis. You know, the impact of crisis on role change.
Your life took a turn because you were divorced.
No. It
No.
took a turn intellectually.
Oh.
Took a turn intellectually because I began to be obsessed with the role of crisis in its impact on social structure, on the stratification system, and how roles changed in times of crisis. And this book is bringing the two strands of my work together. It's about leading through crisis.
Okay. Which book?
This book and back of
Oh, well, that's what you're working on
the
now.
piles.
Yes. Okay. You, 1972, completed a postdoctoral fellowship at Stanford. Is that right?
Yeah, I applied for that same thing again, which was, I didn't know was unusual, but it was apparently. They very rarely gave it a second year, but I got it a second year, and I went to Stanford.
And spent a year there?
Yes. And it was at that point that I left my first husband and went to Stanford.
And other than the act of leaving your first husband, what was it that attracted you to Stanford? I mean, assuming if you had that fellowship, you were reportable.
Yeah, I could go anywhere, and I was invited to go to, I talked to people at MIT, and they wanted me to come there. I just wanted to go to California. I didn't know anything about Stanford, and I told you, I come from this provincial family that their idea of education is Harvard, Yale, and Wellesley. That's it. There's no other place. And when I told my mother that MIT is not even in the lexicon there, but when I told my mother I was going to Stanford, I told you before what she said. She couldn't believe that I would, do something like that. 'Cause
So you went to Wellesley because it was nearby and because your mother wanted you to. You went to Harvard because it was nearby. You went to Carnegie Mellon.
because I went to Harvard because I was limited to Boston, and that was the best school in
Right,
Boston.
I mean,
so,
but,
yeah.
and not anybody can get in there. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
But
But I had to in order
Right.
to do what I was doing.
Carnegie Mellon, your husband was in Pittsburgh.
Right,
Stanford was the first time you went somewhere and said, I'm
Right.
doing this for me.
on my own, right.
How did you like living in Pittsburgh?
Well, it was strange because I'd never lived any place but Boston. It was an eye-opening experience. I had wonderful friends there. They taught me about how inward-looking Bostonians are, and I understood that in a different way because people open their hearts and their lives and their homes to us. As a Bostonian, people don't do those things.
Not New England.
Do you understand? You understand that?
I do.
And I never got it until I left, and then I could see what people were talking about.
My father's family is from Mohawk Street, just up the hill from. Do you know where the old Forbes Field was in Pittsburgh?
Oh yeah.
My
yeah.
dad's uncle was the head usher there.
Oh really? Really?
So I mean, I spent a lot of time there, but I do understand about New England provincialism.
It is. I mean, I think if you're not from New England, it sounds like I'm being very something.
So I think then you had a second postdoc at Stanford, is that right?
A second year on
Yeah.
the Social Science Research Council fellowship. And I studied math, statistics, and computer science. And they also, as part of that, wanted me, and I had said I wanted to, and they agreed, I wanted to work on my crisis theory. And I wrote a paper that year that really is the kernel of my thinking. I've elaborated, I've gone far beyond that, but of my thinking on how crisis changes roles and how it changes the stratification system.
And what did you conclude?
Well, I think that one of the things, it's a very complicated issue, but what happens is in times of crisis, the stratification system, which keeps roles very clearly separated and differentiated, begins to crumble, begins to weaken. And so roles change. People in two ways, structurally and in terms, what I call categorically, the categories of people who can come in. So women who are blacks or whoever, who have been, kept from those roles, are allowed in when they were never allowed in before. So new categories are allowed in. The criteria for entry to the roles change. And then the roles themselves change. Sometimes a piece of the role is jettisoned, and other people do it. For example, in World War II, the medical the group that goes out into the field, the medics.
Right.
They're not doctors.
Right.
I think you only have to have a high school diploma. Well, they did triage. They went out into the field and they figured out who, they were trained to do this,
Right.
who was dying and nothing could be done for them, who had serious injuries that needed to be seen right away, and who had injuries that needed to be seen but not as urgent. Well, when that role moved out during World War II, it never went back to the physician's role for many reasons. One, physicians realized they didn't have to do that kind of stuff anymore. And it also became stigmatized from entry criteria perspective, that if a high school person could do it, why would an MD, lower himself or herself to do that? And so it never went back into the physician's role, and then the physician's role took on other kinds of roles. The same with the cardiac technician. People who do electrocardiograms, they're electrocardiogram techs. They have them in all hospitals now. It used to be that cardiologists did that. I remember as a child having the cardiologist do it because I had been sick as a child. And so the roles change in these two very interesting and dramatic ways. And I demonstrated in that paper all the different structural ways they can change. Sometimes they share, two roles share some tasks. Sometimes the certain tasks are handed over to other roles. So there are all kinds of ways, and it became very fascinating to me, and I began to think about the role of ideology, because ideology, belief systems, hold stratification systems together. They hold social structures together. Communism held the structure of the Soviet Union together. Democracy holds our structure together. We believe in it, and so we do certain things, and we structure roles a certain way, and we allocate responsibilities in certain ways.
Jim Crow held together a pernicious system in the South.
Right. And when an ideology begins to fail, it usually fails in a crisis. And sometimes it's the other way around. Because the ideology fails, it creates a crisis. So crisis is endlessly fascinating. Endless.
And how do you connect that to leadership?
Because I think that I've been teaching crisis management for years, and one of the things I've come to realize is that there are always, that's just the...
No, I was looking at,
okay.
keeping an eye on the recorder
Okay.
here.
I'm sorry,
I asked you what the connection was between crisis
in leadership?
and leadership.
Well, the research, all of the work on crisis for many, many years has been skewed in a weird direction. It's mostly teaching people how to report it to the public so that the company or the organization or the social system, won't suffer. And there's very little about how do you stop the crisis per se. And so it's really the management of meaning more than anything else that the crisis management literature has been all about. And so I'm making the argument in this book that it isn't a matter of managing crisis. A crisis managing means that you can move something from here to here, and you know the path, and you know how to where to move things and what to do. It isn't a matter of managing crisis. It's a matter of leading through crisis and having a bigger image of it and having an understanding of what kind of a crisis are you dealing with. What do you have to do to stop the crisis? Yes, crisis communication is important, but that's not where the focus should be. The focus should be on how do you deal with the crisis? How do you put it out? Or how do you turn it into something, that doesn't blow you apart or that becomes something positive, which is rare.
We've been talking for a little over 2 hours, and I don't know what your time looks like, but I could wrap this up and we could continue on Monday. I have 2 more questions I'd like to ask you.
Go ahead. Can I get you something to
No,
eat? You didn't even
fine.
eat that.
I know. It's very hard. It's hard. I'll eat it when we're done. But I appreciate I ate part of it while you were getting ready. 2 questions, and one is that you 1987 you married Harold Levitt.
Mm-hmm.
So second husband, you met him here in Stanford.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I'm going to jump a little bit ahead in your scholarly career because I think what I'm going to ask you fits in here, and if it doesn't, you can tell me. But in 2004, you co-authored with Grace Gabe,
Mm-hmm.
Gabe, a book.
That's Warren's wife.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Warren Bennett.
Bennett,
All right, we'll
right,
say that.
not
Okay.
mine.
All right. Step Wars: Overcoming the Perils in Making Peace in Adult Families.
Mm-hmm.
And how did you come to collaborate with her, Dr. Gabe? Gabe, is that right?
Gabe,
Yeah.
Grace. Well, we had both. She and Warren got married in 2001, in the fall of 2001, because we moved to this house in 2000. No, what am I talking about? 1991.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Hal and Warren had known each other for 35 years from MIT and various other places, and so when Grace came to live with Warren, for some reason, I don't know why, we invited them to come here. And then we met, we had dinner and whatever. And then they got married a few months later. And Grace and I realized that we were in the same situation, an unusual situation that most people don't write about. People write about step families of little kids, but they don't write about step families where everybody's grown up and not living at home. And that's sort of an invisible problem. And so she and I were both in that situation. We both had our own biological children, and then we had children by marriage through our husbands. So we thought that would be an interesting thing to write about.
I pulled a quote out of the book you wrote, or the 2 of you wrote, when a divorced or widowed parent remarries, no one is really prepared for what lies ahead, not the parent, not the spouse, not the adult children. The first shock is usually the stark contrast between the joy of the older bride and groom and the response of virtually everyone else in both their families. And the question I wanted to ask you about that, you've already partially answered, and that was this partially about you?
Well, we interviewed.
Did it draw upon your experience?
Yes, it did, definitely,
Yes.
definitely did. But we also interviewed a lot of people for that book.
So.
And Grace is a psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm a sociologist, or my work has really moved me more into social psychology.
In 1973, you went to to Washington, D.C., is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And I found that between 73 and the time you came back here, I found that you had 3 positions: Assistant Director of the National Institute of Education, U.S.
And
Department.
assistant director. There are a number of assistants.
Multiple assistant directors, okay.
Yeah, so I wasn't the only one.
Okay, so then that's in the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. And then you were special advisor to the White House's domestic policy staff under President Carter in 19...
And I was also, before that, in the office of the Assistant Secretary for Education, because there was no Secretary of Education.
Okay.
And it was when I was in the office of the Assistant Secretary that I was yanked over to the White House.
And you also had a consulting firm at that time, right, in Washington, D.C.? No?
Not then, later.
Okay.
Because after I left the White House, I was at the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences. And that was the only ambition. If you want to know what was my greatest ambition, my professional ambition, I wanted to be invited to the center. Because I'd known somebody when I was a graduate student at Harvard who was invited to the center, and I was so awed by that. I thought, oh, that's the ultimate, the total ultimate.
You were, after you left the White House, you went to the Center for Advanced Study in Behavioral Science.
Yeah.
And that explained for somebody who's going to listen to this recording what that is, who's not in your field.
Well, the center began more than 50 years ago now. The Ford Foundation gave the center money to bring together every year what they considered to be the 50 most whatevers in the social and behavioral sciences. And you're only invited for 1 year of your life. The rules may have changed by now, but at that time you could only be invited for 1 year. You could do anything you wanted. You could sit and stare out the window. Most of us didn't. In fact, there was more pressure than that because money was getting tight by that time and they wanted people to produce books and things.
So this was about 1979 or so?
The 78, 79 was the year I was there. And so there were 50 people, and they even had mathematicians and lawyers there by that time. So it was a very interesting group of people. Marty Seligman was there. Richard Neustadt was there. I don't know if you know who Richard Neustadt was, a political scientist at Harvard. Marty Seligman is the guy who, with Mike Csikszentmihalyi, later started the field of positive psychology. There was some and Nan Cohen, who later became the president of Wellesley and then the president of Duke, was there. Paul Baltus. There are a lot of interesting people there.
Paul Baltus.
He was, do you know who he is?
Tell me who.
He was, Paul was a psychologist, and he was from Germany.
Okay. I'm going to, next time we sit down, I'm going to ask you about your government service, but you were invited back to Stanford in 1983, right? Do I have that date right?
To do what? As a postdoc?
No. When did you assume your position here with the endowed chair and so on?
In 83.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So
I was invited here, not to Stanford. I was invited to the Claremont College.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. What brought you to their attention?
Well, they were looking. They had money for what was called the Atlantic Richfield Chair. Thornton Bradshaw had been the chairman of the board, and he was leaving Atlantic Richfield and going to New York to head some foundation. And so they gave $1 million in his name for endowed chair. And so they had looked for somebody the year before, and they had selected somebody who was somebody at the at Pomona, at least the selection committee had, and it got turned down. And so then they decided to look. I don't know the details of that. I wasn't aware of that at all. The next thing I knew, they got a search firm who went out looking, for people, and they must have said they wanted women too.
Mhm.
And so I don't know who it was who gave them my name, but they came and asked me, was I interested in, first they asked me if I wanted to be the dean of what was the business programs. They were going to make it into a business school, and I said, no, I don't want to do administration. I've done that, but I did that briefly at the University of Maryland on a part-time basis. I hated it.
You were a part-time,
I was an interim head
okay, right.
of the Women's Studies program at the University of Maryland. When I came back from the center, that's when I opened my business. That's when I opened a consulting business in Boston. Not in Boston, in Washington, okay? And I did work primarily on agricultural research policy and did a report called The Paradox of Success, which really made a big difference. They took something like 40, I think we had 48 recommendations, and they accepted 47.
And who did you make these recommendations to?
To the USDA. And that was a congressionally mandated study to help the USDA set strategic priorities for research and extension.
And you did that while you were president of LBS International
That's
Limited.
right, that's right.
And when did you start that firm?
When I came back from the center.
So that would have been in
that was
1978?
No, 79. And I did that with somebody by the name of Georgia Strasberg. We were partners in that business.
All right. I'm going to ask you more about this next time we talk, but I want to add one final question. You must have it must have been a big decision for you to move from the government and private sector to the academy.
I absolutely did not want to do that. Absolutely, I refused. They asked me once about this, what do you call it thing, to come and be the dean. I said, forget that, no. Then they called me and asked me, did I want to be a professor or something? I said no. Then they called me back and said, would you like a chair in public policy? And I said no. And I meant it. I wasn't trying to play hard to get. I did not want to come back to California. I had moved my piano 3 times cross country, and I didn't want to come back to California. I loved what I was doing, so I didn't want to come. And they kept calling me, and there's something it's from being a Bostonian. I hate looking like a prima donna. I hate that. I don't want people to treat me that way. And so I said, look, I know I'm not interested, and I would feel bad about having you spend money to have me come out there and do this thing, and I know I'm not going to do it. So sometime in the future, I have to be in California. I will come on my way home and stop in. And you can pay from San Francisco to LA, but I don't want you paying for my trip because I'm not taking the job. It's that simple. And I really felt that way. And so I did come, and I gave a talk on agricultural research policy. And I remember that there were 2 people recruiting me, neither of whom I knew. One was this man, Paul Albrecht, who was the provost of the school, and the other was someone named Peter Drucker, whom I'd never heard of. And I didn't know either of these people. I was trained in the yard at Harvard. I don't know business. That's not my thing. It still isn't my thing. And so I said, I would come under those circumstances, and I did. And when I gave that talk, about 3/4 through my talk, Paul Albrecht got up and walked out of the room, and I thought, well, that seals it. Obviously he didn't think that was such a hot talk. But then they offered me the job, and I really didn't want to do it. But then Paul Albrecht came to Washington to convince me. I don't know if he came to convince me or to see if I was real. Do you know what I mean? Because I said I had a company, I was doing
He
something.
wanted to see you in your native land.
Yeah, I think he didn't quite believe that I did, you know, and so he came to our offices and saw that there was something there. And then he called me. I had 10 pages of, you know, legal-sized paper of questions that I wanted answered. And any one of them, if he said no to anything, I had an excuse to be out of there. And so he called me one Sunday night when taking me off my guard. But I had my questions, and I went through the whole thing. We spent several hours on the phone. And at the end, at every single thing I asked him, he said, no problem, no problem. Oh, for someone like you, oh, we can do that. Oh, no problem. And at the end, I had no tangible reason other than an emotional reason that I didn't want to go. But I felt I had to go at that point because every legitimate question I'd asked him, he had said, it's okay, you can do that, you can do that, you can do that. You can go home every 2 weeks if you want. You can run your business from Washington. I said to him later, because we became good friends eventually, I said, you were smarter than I was. You knew that going back to Washington every 2 weeks it would get old very fast. But I came there and I thought, well, okay, I'll try it for a year. And I almost didn't go because I felt they were reneging on their promises to me before I got there. And I called up and said I wasn't coming because they were not keeping their word. You see, that keeping your word is important to me. And Mary, you know, the person I said was the president's secretary or assistant, she was the one who talked me into coming, saying they will keep their word. I promise you they'll keep their word. And that forged our original, on the phone, we became good friends. I trusted her. And I thought, okay, I'm going. But, you know, anything I don't like, out of there in 1 year.
So how do you think your life would have turned out if you hadn't come here? What do you think would have happened?
Who knows? I mean, when I look at my life now, I am amazed because I think, how did I get to LA? What am I doing here? You know, I come from Boston. I don't belong here. I mean, in my core, I really feel I'm a Bostonian. And I love California. I love everything about it. But I think, isn't that weird, the way one day something happens, you do something, someone does something, and you don't even know it, but your life is taking a turn that you have no idea how that's going to play out, but your whole life is changing and you don't even know it. So I often think life takes you where it wants to. You don't create your own life. You think you're doing that. But life has a way of taking you where it wants you. And I don't mean that in a religious sense or anything like that, but I have a sense of fatalism about it, without being religious, that things happen and you take a right turn or you take a left turn and like when you meet someone you're going to marry. I met Hal Levitt 15 years before we were married. And never when I walked out, I remember the day I met him, and never was I thinking, in my wildest thoughts, I didn't think of him as somebody that I would be romantically interested in, and I'm sure he didn't think about me that way.
So last question, where did you meet him?
I met him at Stanford when I was a postdoc, and we began to work together on achieving styles. It was an outgrowth of this interest in women. I was interested in women, and there was a tremendous amount of interest in that time on differences between men and women, how they did things. Could women do things as well as men could do them? And so Hal and I and a bunch of our students began to work on what we called achieving styles, how people went about accomplishing their goals. You know, do you like to do it all by yourself? Do you like to do it in collaboration? Do you like to contribute to someone from behind the scenes?
And achieving styles fed into connective leadership.
Yeah,
style?
Hal got bored with that, and he went off and did other things, and I kept working on that. I mean, and then I began to do stuff on leadership, and I began to understand the connection between this idea of connective leadership and these achieving styles. So I
Blended the two
put
together.
the two together.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I offer you some lunch?
Turn this one on. So the primary is live, and so we're ready to go. So today is February 18th, 2013. I'm Philip Scarpino, and I'm sitting for a second interview session with Jean Lipman-Blumen in her home in Pasadena, California. So on behalf of International Leadership Association, the Tobias Center, and myself, thank you for sitting with me for a second time.
Thank you for coming.
And I'm going to ask your permission to record this interview, to have the interview transcribed, to have the transcription and the recorded interview deposited with the IUPUI Special Collections and Archives, the Tobias Center, and the International Leadership Association, where they can be used by their patrons at the discretion of the directors.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so last time we talked for a couple of hours, and we got to the point in your career where you had made the move to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to start by asking you a few questions just to sort out what you were doing there, and then to talk a little bit more detail about that, and then to move on through your career. So if I did my homework, in 1983, you accepted a position as one of the assistant directors of the National...
1973.
73, you're right, I'm sorry. One of the assistant directors of the National Institute of Education, U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare.
Well, yes and no. I had originally been invited to be in a think tank at the National Institute of Education. The National Institute of Education was a new agency that had been put together. It was modeled after the National Institutes of Health.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea was to bring in people who were not in the field of education, but in the social and behavioral sciences, to look at education and think about how could we make education better. And it was created because the department, it wasn't a department, the Office of Education at the time, was sort of hamstrung politically, and they didn't think they could do it there. So they were trying to do an end run and create this other body called the National Institute of Education. And it was in HHS, Health and what was HEW then, Health,
Right.
Education and Welfare. But the person who ran it was a very good economist, but very naive politically. His father was at the Rand Corporation, and he was at the Rand Corporation. And he was asked to come and be the director, and he knew nothing about Washington politics. And that was too bad, because they ran roughshod over him. And they didn't give him a board, but then he couldn't make decisions without a board. And if he made decisions, they chastised him because he made them without the board. And if he didn't make decisions, they chastised him because he was a do-nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So in a very short time, about 2 weeks after I got there, they lost their budget, which was unheard of in the 70s, just unheard of. And so they decided that the think tank idea had to go out the window because that was too academic. It was too, intellectual, etc., and the people on the Hill wouldn't really understand to go for it. And they had asked me, beforehand, would I, while I was there in the think tank, also develop a program on educational and occupational needs for women. And I said yes, because I was really interested in women and was doing work on women's issues. So I ended up doing that. I ran a program on education. I was the director of this program on education and occupational needs of women, and we looked at women, in their true diversity. And ran conferences and gave out contracts and grants for research on women. And it was the heyday of the resurgence of the women's movement.
Right.
And a number of feminists, people who were like myself, who were really concerned and passionate about women's issues, had come to Washington to work on these things. So it was a remarkable period, one of the best, most exciting periods of my life, because it allowed me to not only to do my intellectual work, but then give vent to the activist side of my persona, I guess. And so I was very involved in all kinds of things, and I gave testimony on the Hill and ran conferences and did things. But then in my off hours, I organized, came about in a funny way. I organized something that became known as the Salon. And the Salon was a very informal event that happened when it happened. It happened whenever somebody interesting came to town. And at first it was people who came to town from other towns or cities, like Sheila Tobias was, I think, the first person I invited to come. But then there were people who used to be sent to me by the State Department when they came from other countries. The State Department had a program on women leaders from other countries. They would invite women that they thought would be leaders in their countries, and they gave them this great tour of the U.S., etc. And I was one of the people whom they would ask to meet with them. And so I thought, well, they shouldn't just meet with me or the people they're selecting, because I knew when I was invited by the Swedish government to go there for a month, I saw the way they, with all good intentions, asked me to meet with people with whom I had no common interest whatsoever. So I thought I should bring together in the evening all the feminists in Washington, from the government, from academia, from the media, from law, from medicine, and from the Hill. And so I would invite all these people to come and meet whoever this person was.
So who would have been on the guest list?
Well, all kinds of people, from Maria Dolores Pinto-Silgo, who was, when she came, she was, I think, at the head of OECD, but became the Prime Minister of Portugal. Betty Friedan, why am I blocking on?
Gloria Steinem.
Gloria Steinem came. Jesse Bernard, who was in Washington, but people from all over the world came. Barbara Dahlbom Hall, who was a management consultant to the Swedish Parliament. Annika Baude, who was the highest-ranking woman in the Palme government in Sweden. Do you remember Palme, who was murdered at a certain point? A lot of Swedes came because I had been in
there.
Sweden, so I have this whole group of, women policy makers and social scientists who know me, etc., and who came. And so people came from all over the world. People came from South Africa. People came from every continent.
And you facilitated this?
Yeah. Well, I think that makes it sound very elegant. I sort of threw it together, put it that way. And so I would just put out the word and say, it's good. The Salon's going to meet at my house on such and such a night. Come. And people would say, well, I'm not on the guest list. There was no guest list. It was just this word of mouth. I'd get on the telephone, and then there were certain people who were sort of regulars, and I'd say, well, will you tell Nancy and so-and-so and so-and-so? So they were the people from the American Council on Education, Nancy Schlossberg, Donna Shavlik, Leslie Wolf from the women's, what is that called? The Women Policy Center. Every Bunny Sandler, I don't know if you know that name, but Bunny was someone who did amazing policy things. She worked, I think, for the College Board, but she did all kinds of things for women. Joyce Simonson, who was the executive director of WEA, the Women's Educational Equity Act. I mean, we really had it together, and we made things happen.
What did you make happen?
We made all kinds. We pushed legislation. We testified. We we met with these people from other countries. We got ideas from them. We exchanged. They got ideas from us. So we created this worldwide network before there was an internet. So it was really very exciting and very, engaging, and everybody felt excited and turned on and hopeful about what we could accomplish for women. And Carter had come into office,
Right.
and he was, and Rosalind Carter too were interested in women's issues. I helped to write the national plan for the U.S., for the UN conference. I have a copy of it downstairs somewhere.
National Plan on Women.
Women's,
Issues.
for women. And at one point when I was in the White House, subsequently I was asked to write for the government what had been done in the Carter administration for women. So we tried to pull that together. But we made a lot of things happen. I wasn't the only one. There were cadres of women, and it was a huge explosion of talent and hopefulness and excitement about what could be. And interestingly enough, we thought Carter wasn't doing enough. Little did we know, what would happen later, and how much of what we did would be unraveled in subsequent administrations, which was very heartbreaking.
Well, Jimmy Carter, of course, was a Democrat, but he was also, he openly embraced a fundamentalist Christian perspective. How would you compare the environment in terms of women's issues in the Carter administration with the one that exists in Washington today?
Well, I'm not as close to the one in Washington today. I mean, his evangelical Christian orientation didn't put a damper on the women's issues, believe it or not. What he did, which was sort of naive and sweet and ineffective, was when he first came in, he did what all the presidents do. They go to each agency and they meet in the lobby with all of the people who work there. And Carter, instead of asking them what they were doing, would ask them, how many of you are living with someone you're not married to? And people would put up their hands, and he'd admonish them that they were living in sin and they should go off and get married. And so people looked at him as sort of a decent man, but naive, and I think that was certainly at the beginning a reasonable evaluation. But the other thing about Carter, and I think this has gotten lost in all the negative things that have been said about him, Carter was the first one, to my knowledge, who talked about human rights and about human rights as a criterion by which we should measure and decide whether we should give foreign aid to other countries. And people laughed at him. They thought I think her name was Pat Darien, who was in the State Department, and she was the point person on that, and she used to go out and talk about it. And I used to feel very sorry for her, because people would be openly derisive of that idea. Now we take it for granted, and we don't even know where it comes from. Nobody attributes it to Carter. They talk about Carter writing memos about who could use the White House tennis courts. Maybe he did that too, but the press focus on some sort of trivial things.
Did you know Jimmy Carter personally?
I met him. I can't say I really knew him. He wouldn't know me if he fell over me.
Did you consider yourself to be a leader of the women's activities in the D.C. area while you were there?
One of them. Mm-hmm. We all were. Everybody was. We were into it every minute of the day and night. It was exhilarating. I mean, and I don't think we thought of ourselves as leaders. Looking back on it, because we all took initiatives, and we were supportive of one another. Women were not competing with women. Women were helping each other. They were building things together. It was truly exhilarating, and some of my dearest, oldest, most beloved friends come from that period. Here's a picture of Florence Herman.
we're gonna lose your audio here.
This is a picture of Florence Herman, who was the head of the Federal Women's Program in HEW. And this is when I'm now living out in California, and she and her husband had come to visit us. This is some years ago. She's passed on now. But she did her responsibility was for all the women who were employed by HEW, which was huge. And we ran programs for them, and we did things, and we brought people together, and things happened. And so for the time that they were going on, it was important and it was useful. That later on, many of the things, where is Joy? I think her picture of Joy is downstairs somewhere. Joy Simonson, who headed up the Women's Educational Equity Act, the day after the Reagan administration came in, she had prepared the agenda for the new group who would be on the board that Reagan had appointed, and Phyllis Schlafly was, you know who she is, was a new member, and the first thing they did was set aside the agenda that she had prepared to put an agenda item on to remove her as executive director. So she went and worked for Barney Frank for the rest of her life. I mean, she was an astute woman who had been there for 30 years. She didn't just come with the parvenus like I did, you know, who were, you know, imbued with this new excitement. She'd been working for women's issues quietly. She and Catherine East, who was a remarkable woman in the Office of Education, who I went to see her when I was doing my dissertation at Harvard, and she was in a basement office about the size of this one, you know, piles and piles of paper, and she was, and she'd been working there for 20 years, and she made all kinds of incredible things happen. So, and Mary Hilton, here's another thing that we did. Mary Hilton was the assistant director of the Women's Bureau in the Department of Labor, and she had been through 8 administrations. So that tells you how politically adroit she had to be, okay? And she and I had both been at a conference in Arden House on the women in the economy. But we'd seen each other at the conference, but it was structured in such a way that we were each with sort of subgroups the whole time, and then we'd meet in these big plenaries. And we didn't get to meet people in other subgroups, but we sat next to each other on the plane just by coincidence coming home. And we said, weren't you just at that conference? Yeah, I was. And so we introduced ourselves to each other, and we said, and I told her what I did, she told me what she did. And I had been in Washington for 8 months or maybe a little longer, and I said, well, how come we haven't ever met? You know, we should be working together. We should know each other. We should be doing things together. So on that plane, we hatched an idea, which was, we called it what did we call that? It'll come to me. I keep thinking female faculty forum, but that's here. But what we did was we invited all the women in the government who headed programs that had a budget over a certain amount. And we invited them to come, and this will tell you how naive I was. We invited them like on a Monday to come in a week or so, and without email, without anything like that. And I said to Mary, don't we have to ask permission? She said, oh, don't be ridiculous. The minute we ask for permission, we'll have to report to someone. Don't ask for permission. We're doing the government's work. We wanted to bring everybody together who had a budget of some sort, so we could figure out how to put it all together and make something happen. And it so happened that that day when we met, we had standing room only. 75 people showed up. And
on a week's notice.
On a week's notice. So you can imagine, it means we were tapping into something that was ready to happen, okay? So we ran that every single month. We called that meeting, and people stood up and they talked about what they did and what their budget was for, so that when people came to each of us, as people came to me and they'd say, oh, I want money to do da-da-da. Well, my budget and my guidelines wouldn't let me do that. But I knew now exactly where to send them. They didn't have to go on this big old merry-go-round. I'd say, go to so-and-so. And I'd call so-and-so and say, I'm sending this person over. She needs this, this, this. And we became very efficient. And this was before Carter came in. So that when Carter came in, he sent around a thing asking, what was happening on women's issues, and they came to us to ask. We weren't even an official part of anything. But Midge Costanza, I don't know if you remember that name, but she was the person who was Carter's point person on women. And so, she came to find out what we were up to. So we got a lot of things done during those days, and they were wonderful days. They were very joyous, very happy, sometimes frustrating, but we felt we were making a difference. I'd work on a Friday night till 10 o'clock at night, calling people in Indiana whom I hadn't had a chance to talk to. Well, I wasn't calling them that way, but I was calling people who had written to me, and I needed to talk to them, and I'd call up and say, hello, this is Jean Lipman-Blumen from the National Institute of Education. They thought I was kidding them. They couldn't believe that that someone in the government to whom they'd written would actually pick up the phone and call them.
Back.
So at any rate, it was exhilarating. We did a lot of things. Then I went from there to the Assistant Secretary's office, and then to the White House, to the domestic policy staff. And then I went to the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences, 78, 79.
University of Maryland?
Not yet.
No?
Not yet. I went to the center, and I was there a year. It was when I came back from the center.
And where was the center?
The center is the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences in Palo Alto.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so it's where they bring social and behavioral scientists, and that year I think I told you there were mathematicians and lawyers, etc. So when I came back, I had to figure out, what do I do now, since I had no job, etc. And I was invited to the University of, I didn't look for a job, which now strikes me as sort of funny, but the University of Connecticut called and asked would I like to be a visiting professor, and I said, well, I guess. And I commuted one day a week. I'd go up on Thursday and come home I'd teach on Saturday, come home on, go up on Thursday, teach on Friday, come home on Saturday. And I ran my business the rest of the time. And so they wanted me to continue, and I thought, nah, that's too hard. And it was too cold up
Well,
there.
University of Connecticut, Yukon, that's a hard place to reach.
Yes, very,
It's
very.
not like you can just get off the train.
Right, exactly. And I brought my car up there. And my car, I bought it when I was in California. So it wasn't, wherever you buy a car, it's fitted with a kind of, heavy-duty battery and whatever for the region where it's going to be delivered. Well, my car was a little California gal, and it had a hard time adjusting to Connecticut, where it wouldn't start in the mornings because it was so cold. And the inside, you know what I mean when the inside of your nose freezes?
I do, yes.
Yeah, well, thank you, because I was trying to explain that to someone the other day who didn't know what I was talking
I
about.
lived in Montana for 10 years. I know what that feels
Yeah,
like.
yeah. Well, so I love the people at the University of Connecticut. They were great. I stayed in touch with them for a long time, but I didn't want to live there, and so I said no, and then then I was asked, would I like to be the interim director of the Women's Studies program at the University of Maryland. So this was when I came back in 80, 81, around that time. So I ran my company. First I was at the University of California, California, Connecticut. Then I was with then the University of Maryland. And then I decided I liked the people there very much, but I didn't like being the director of the Women's Studies program because I felt I was dealing with as an administrator, trivia, not about the substance of the program, but the administrative end. You know, someone came in to me, she was a visiting assistant professor. I'll never forget this because it changed, it was an existential moment for me. She came in and dressed me down in no uncertain terms because she had put in a reimbursement request for $25 a month or two ago. I had signed it and sent it forward, but you know the way universities take their own sweet time.
I certainly do.
And she told me that her husband was enraged because they had lost the float on $25 for 2 months. And driving home that night, it so happened I almost was run off the road by a huge truck. And I thought to myself, if I hadn't been spared by a hair's breadth here, I would be gone. And what would I have accomplished this month? I would have been dealing with the float on somebody's $25 reimbursement. I don't want to live my life this way. This is not what I want to do. So the next day I went in and told the provost that I was leaving at the end of the semester, which I did.
Well, what did you teach at the University of Connecticut?
I didn't have to teach.
Oh.
I didn't. I just ran this program.
At Connecticut?
Oh, at Connecticut
Right,
I taught.
Yeah. What did you teach at the University of Connecticut?
I don't even remember, some sociology
Okay.
course. But I think I taught a course maybe on crisis management, but it was a real course. I didn't teach at Maryland. I just ran this program.
So when you first went to Washington to accept a position in government, did you go there expecting or hoping that you could make a difference as an activist as well as a
No,
bureaucrat?
no.
So you kind of fell into that.
Yeah, and it sounded exciting to me. I had two choices at that moment that I remember. One was to go to OISE. Oh, I had three, now that I think.
I don't know what OISE is.
OISE is the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education in Ontario,
Canada.
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 And it's a very high level. It's like their National Institute of Education. And one of my professors from Harvard had gone there, and he had recommended me. And I went there and I looked at it and I said, no, I didn't want to do that. Then I was offered, and this was really nice, I was offered, it was my first real academic appointment, an associate professorship at Yale. And I went there and I talked to them. And I had been in California, at that time. And that's when I was still at the center, all these things happened. And I thought, I was living in California, and I remember going there like an idiot in open-toe shoes. And it was cold. It was sunny in California, but in New Haven, it was cold, it was snowy, and I was freezing, my toes were wet. I thought, I'm not coming here, I don't care what they offer me. So I didn't go there.
So the National Institute of Education was actually established in 1972.
Yeah.
So when you went there, it was squeaky new.
Right, I went there in 73.
So how did you come to their attention?
Through this same professor who had been at OISE. He left OISE and came to the National Institute of Education. He was the one who told them.
And who was that professor?
His name was Bill Spady. So he's quite a remarkable guy, actually. And he left academia. He does other things.
So as you're living and working in Washington and interacting with all these women in these various ad hoc capacities, did you ever think back to your days at Wellesley and go, I did make a difference?
No, I don't think, you asked me the other day, do I think I'm a leader? No, I don't think I'm a leader. I think I do things at a moment in time when I think there's a need for it to be done, okay? And I try my hardest to make it happen. And sometimes I'm successful, sometimes I'm not successful. And I've always done it with other people. They're not things I just go and do all by myself.
But that's not a requirement for being
But
a leader, is it?
no,
To do it all
but
by yourself?
no, but I don't think, I just have been lucky enough to be, at certain historical moments, to be in places where I felt I could do certain things, or wanted to do certain things, wanted to make certain things happen. That's all.
So do you think that maybe one distinguishing quality of a leader is that maybe many individuals might want to make something happen, but a leader does it, and you did?
Yeah, I think leaders do make things happen. Peter Drucker says that, that leadership is performance. It's doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, leadership is not just going out and giving speeches and getting people all excited. You have to do that too, because you have to articulate your ideas in a way that people want to do it. So, and sometimes, I've had ideas and I talk about them, I don't do anything about them, and then somebody pushes me into doing it. Then that happened with the salon. I kept saying, we need to have a salon, like a 15th century salon where all the brilliant minds of the century come together to discuss the most important issues. What could be more important than discussing what is going to happen to women, in this country and in this world in the next, 50, 100 years?
So did the salon usually meet at your house?
Always.
Always.
Always. And the year I went to the center, the State Department apparently tried to do it, and it was a huge flop. I don't know how or where they did it. I mean, I think it was successful when I did it because it was so informal. I just sort of threw it together. I never knew how many people were coming. I never asked people to let me know. I just did a guesstimate of how many people there would be, and I'd put out refreshments. And people would say, oh, can we help pay? And I didn't want anybody to pay because people wanted there to be a list and would send it out and people would pay dues. I didn't have the time or the patience for that. I really didn't want to turn it into that kind of a bureaucratic thing. It was much easier to spend half a day on the phone saying the salon's going to take place on such and such a day, such a night at such and such a time. Everyone knew where it was. And I held it when I was living in an apartment in Chevy Chase. I held it when I moved to Bethesda, to a house. So people came.
And so what happened to the salon when you went back to California in 1983?
I think it just sort of died. Nothing happened. Didn't go on. So it was too bad.
I think you must have been the leader.
Well, maybe. Well, I was the spirit, put it that way. I was the spirit behind and in front of the salon.
What drew you to the Carter White House?
Their invitation. They invited me to come.
Okay.
And it was a heady time. When I came to Washington, Nixon was still president, and I didn't go there because of Nixon. I didn't go to the White House because of Carter. I was there because I was excited about the idea that it was a place, and the reason I didn't go to Yale was because I felt, even though I was interested in policy, and they were offering me a position in policy, I felt I didn't want to what I called armchair it. I didn't want to be sitting in New Haven in an armchair pontificating about what kind of policy we should have. I wanted to be, since I was offered an opportunity, I don't think I would have thought myself to go. I've had this very reactive, I'm ashamed to say, reactive kind of life. There isn't any job, I think, that I ever had, other than the first job that I had as a summer job, that I ever sought out on my own. Every job I've ever had, people have come to me, and so I've been, unfortunately or fortunately, just reactive, saying yes to some things and no to other things.
Or you created a situation by dint of your experience in your work and so on, where people sought you out.
Or wherever I went, I tried to do things that I thought were important.
Right.
Like I came here, I tried to put together the female faculty
Right.
forum. I just, there's a part
And that
of
still
me-
exists, right?
Yeah, oh,
Yeah,
definitely, very definitely.
Are you still an active participant in that?
As much as I can be. When they schedule it on Tuesday, my teaching day, I often don't go. But, and the other thing is, I don't think that I or anybody should sort of have a stranglehold on things. I think it's great to sort of step aside and let the next generation come in and do stuff.
Do you think that that's a sign of an effective leader, to know when it's time to step aside?
Oh, I think it's critical. A student of mine who's at the World Bank did a study of countries in Africa, and the ones that were most successful were the ones where the leaders knew when to step aside. Mandela is a very good example. He only served one term. They wanted him to serve more. He said no. He didn't have any identified, hand-picked successor. I mean, I think that even if, as in the case of South Africa, it doesn't keep going up on an even trajectory, I think it's important for new people to come in with new ideas, new ways of doing things. I or you might look at something at a given moment in time, and that we think that's how it needs to be done now. But 5 years from now, there's an internet suddenly, and that opens up totally different possibilities. For example, the peace plan. I never would have tried, even though I thought about those issues, I wouldn't have presumed to do anything like that or attempt anything like that until social media arrived. So at I'm always, I was really struck by a book I read many years ago by Sidney Hook. Did you know Sidney Hook, a book called The Hero in History?
I don't know.
Well, he was at Stanford, and I believe he was a political scientist, not an historian. And he talked about the fact that the historical moment, how critical it is, because you can be the greatest leader in the world with all the greatest ideas and the energy and the, oomph to make it happen. But if the historical moment is wrong, it'll pass right by you, and you'll never hear from that person. If the historical moment and the qualities of mind or whatever that are necessary to make something happen in that period exist in someone, if they come together, if there's a faithful joining of those two, then that person is perceived as a leader. But that person with all those same ideas, those same characteristics, those same motivations, whatever, you'll never hear of, is not seen as a leader if the historical moment is wrong. And Schwarzkopf was a very good example.
General Schwarzkopf,
Yeah.
First Gulf War.
Right.
Yeah.
If the war had taken place 1 year, even 6 months later, he would have been retired by then. No one would ever have heard about it. No one heard about him outside of military circles before then. And that was that moment where the historical moment was
So
right.
the 10 years you were in Washington, was that the right
No, 8
historical?
years.
8 years, I'm sorry.
8
Was that the right historical moment for a person interested in women's issues?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It was thrilling, and I don't use that word lightly. It was exhausting, and it was fun, and it was heartwarming. It was everything wonderful. And the women I met were so fantastic. I mean, really, Jessie Bernard, do you know who she is?
I do, yeah. I'm going to ask you about her in a minute.
Jessie was a phenomenon. I mean, she was really, really great. I have pictures of her in the other room.
You co-edited a book
Yeah,
with her.
we did.
and
We
we'll-
did. We did.
I'm going to ask a different series of questions in a minute, but what do you think are the accomplishments in terms of women's issues that you were associated with in that time period?
Well, I can't claim that I was had any responsibility for the Women's Educational Equity Act because that had already been passed before I came to Washington. But the implementation of that and things that went with that, Joy Simonson was the person I described before. I worked closely with her. I worked closely with Florence. We just brought issues to the attention of the Congress, and we brought issues to the attention of women so that, and it's too bad we didn't have the internet because we could have taken over the world. Really, it would have made a huge difference. I think we made people aware of what women could do and made women aware that they could do these things. That, it was interesting because my mother used to say to me when I was a little kid, she used to say, when you grow up, you can be anything you want to be. Then in the next breath, she'd say to me, it's a man's world. Okay, so these are very contradictory messages. I was too dumb to figure out that they were contradictory. I sort of disregarded it was a man's world, and I just kept doing what I did. So, I don't know.
Your mother lived to quite a ripe old age.
102.
How did she respond to your government service?
I don't know exactly. I don't think she had any particular.
Carter White House, let's see. Special advisor to the White House's domestic policy
To
staff?
the domestic policy staff.
And
Primarily on issues of women and separately education.
So, what would you say that you accomplished?
During that time?
Yeah, about a year, right?
Yeah, I think I was there a year, 18 months. Well, we brought a lot of issues to the attention of the White House, and we made them, I think when they said education and women's issues, that they thought I'd spend 5 minutes on women's issues during my lunch hour. But we did a lot of things, and we did white papers, and we did things that they had to come to grips with. And so I think we did create programs for women, and we got budgets for women, for women's issues.
Examples of programs that you created would be what?
Well, we had, for example, at even my own little program at the National Institute of Education, we had a contracts and grants program. We gave out more than $1 million a year. It was much more than that. I think we had, I don't want to give you a number because I don't really remember, but we had a fair bit of money. And we gave contracts and grants to women researchers who would go out and do these studies. And they would be published and they would have an impact. So on all kinds of issues. And certainly the Women's Educational Equity Act has made a huge difference in universities and colleges, and even I think in high schools, because that's the act that says that if you're giving money to an educational institution for sports, that you have to give even-handedly to male sports and female sports. You have to give the same amount. And the men in academic sports were enraged because
So that's where we get Title IX.
that's exactly where
the
Title IX is
women's-
from. The Women's Educational
Equity
Equity
Act,
Act,
yes.
Title IX is part of that.
I mean, I wanted to be sure that somebody who's listening to this connects those dots.
Yes, yeah, that's
And you
Title
were responsible for implementing that act.
For helping to implement.
Helping.
I wasn't
Not by
the-
yourself, I understand
I wasn't
that.
the only one, let me assure you. I was just one of hundreds of people, maybe thousands, who were doing it. So please, I don't in any way want to overplay what I did. I was just one of the many people there who worked together with a lot of enthusiasm and energy to make these things come about.
So
But
What-
there were
what-
all kinds of grants and that we gave for programs at different universities to do studies on women. I couldn't begin to recount them. We gave money, I remember, to Sophia, Dina Sophilius Rothschild, who was at Case Western Reserve at the time, and she got a huge grant to do a study on women. I mean, you could probably go back and look up NIE grants.
Right, those
I don't know.
would be in there. If somebody wants to find
Yeah,
them, those are
I'm sure they
matter of
could
public
find them.
record. What did you learn about leadership while you were in the White House?
I learned a lot. I really did, and I wasn't even interested in studying leadership at that time. I was focusing on women, not on leadership per se. But I learned a lot, and I think I mentioned some of this to you yesterday, how people like to be at the seat of power, or what they perceive to be the seat of power. I call it the Garden of Eden. They want to be part of the leader's entourage. And there's a wonderful book by F.G. Bailey called something and Manipulation, and it's about leaders and how they manipulate their entourages and how the entourages manipulate the public, etc. It's up on that shelf. That's what I'm looking up there. And I was astounded to see how people clung to that. They were hanging on to the White House for all dear life, and they wanted power. And I had a certain disdain for that, because I still do. I feel you should only want authority or power to make whatever needs to happen at that time. You shouldn't have, this blank slate that you just have, quote, power to do anything you want. Power for what? I keep asking the leadership of the ILA, leadership for what? What is it that we want to do with leadership? Is it that we want leadership because we want to feel we're important and people look to us for our opinions or whatever? Or is it because we want to accomplish something for a greater good, not for ourselves, not to make ourselves look, fantastic, but to make a difference in the world? I think that's what leadership is about. And I think in Washington, they have the capacity to do that. And I feel absolutely outraged at the way they're conducting themselves. I think we should turn out every single one of them and start afresh. I don't mean the president, but I mean in the Congress.
So who gets to decide what it means to make a difference?
Well, I think we all get to decide that. And we all get to decide what differences need to be made, as long as they're ethical and legal and they don't harm people. That they add a measure of good, some positive increment to whatever, whether it's where you work, or whether it's in your local community, or it may be just in your neighborhood. When I came here, I started a neighborhood watch association.
Here means where you live right now.
Right here,
Yeah.
with the person across the street. Okay, so we started that. I mean, I like organizing things. I find that fun, and
Is that a mark of leadership?
Uh,
In general?
No, I don't think so. Look at Gandhi. He couldn't have organized his way out of a paper bag, but he was a brilliant,
Right.
fantastic leader. So I don't think organizing it helps if you know how to organize, because you can bring people together to hear ideas and to make, get things rolling.
Gandhi had a vision.
Yes.
Do you have one?
Well, I think that's, I can't put myself in
I'm
that
not asking you to
category.
compare yourself to Gandhi.
Well, I think the peace plan is, is something that is a way of looking at the world as the way in which it can be, if we choose to make it that way. When Robert Kennedy said, I look at what is and I ask, what could be.
Right.
I think that that's important. What could we do differently? I mean, why are we wasting billions, trillions of dollars in the most obscene, negative way, killing people, blowing up buildings, polluting the atmosphere, doing things that are so destructive? What is the point? I honestly, maybe I'm missing something. I don't get it. Why aren't we taking that money and feeding people who don't have enough to eat? Why aren't we putting houses up for people who are living in tents? Why aren't we educating people? I know I have a bias as an educator, but when I look at what goes on in the world in terms of hatreds and conflicts, so much of it comes from a lack of education, from a narrowness of perspective. I mean, did you read that there was a minister in Newtown,
Connecticut?
yeah, who went to an interfaith meeting. He was, I went back to see what denomination he was. He was Lutheran. And he was chastised by the higher-ups in the church who sent him a letter saying he should apologize for going to a meeting where there would be other religious faiths represented. And he did apologize, if you can believe that. I'd say go fly a kite myself. But, and then the one who asked for the apology, that got so much of an outcry against that because, his reason, do you know what his reason was? That Lutherans, I didn't even know this, apparently believe that Lutheranism and Jesus Christ are the only true way, the only true religion. And if you go to something where there are others there, you are giving people the impression that you're giving them status. You're legitimating these other religions. Well, at any rate, I find that, so antediluvian, to say the least.
So you left the Carter White House in 1978,
Mm-hmm.
and you started at
No, I went to the center. I left the
Okay,
White House because I was invited to
the center.
And you asked what I learned at the White House. I learned what I started to tell you before, how people cling to power, even the tiniest vestiges, the illusion of power. They don't even have to have power, okay? But just to be in a place where they feel that they're in that aura, and that they can say they worked at the White House. I mean, people who are answering phones as volunteers, and I told you there was a woman there who was in Carter's advance team, and her mother she was a volunteer. Her mother would pay for her to go to whatever the city was where the advance team had to go, pay for her hotel bill, pay for everything, just so this person could say that she worked on the Carter advance team. And I found that, incredible and incredulous.
So you were invited to the center,
Mm-hmm.
and you were there for how long?
You can only be there for 1 year.
And where you had a research project.
That's when I was writing Gender Roles and Power. So I wrote a lot of it while I was there and diddled away a certain amount of time, I'm sure, and then
That seems hard to believe.
came home and finished it.
And then you went back to Washington after that year.
Yes, I went back to live in Washington, and that's when I opened my own consulting company.
LBS International
Right.
Limited.
And then that's when I went to, when I taught the first year back at the University of Connecticut. Subsequently taught, I didn't teach, but ran the women's research, women's studies program at Maryland. And it's really interesting. I was really appalled by this. Somebody whom I met many years later, who had been on the search committee out here, said the one thing that he felt was really, bad on my resume was that I was the head of, the interim head of the women's studies program. I looked at him like, so I've been.
So, what kinds of work? Why did you start a consulting firm?
I had to put a roof over my head. I had kids I had to feed. And that's what I knew how to do. I understood policy. And the first contract I had was to do a very interesting, a contract that I wrote the proposal for, and I did it with Emeritus. Do you know who he is?
I don't know.
Well, he was a sociologist. I say was. I think he's still living. At any rate, he didn't do any of it. You know, he just it went through his company, and he never had any part in it. But they wanted us to help the executive office of the president function more effectively. And so my first project in my company, that it was between my company and his company, was with the White House under a different administration.
Right.
Okay, by now this was the Reagan administration. And then
Did they know who they hired?
I guess, I don't think they really did. You know, I don't think they did, because they didn't
I didn't
ask.
mean, I
No,
laughed.
no.
I didn't mean that you were unqualified.
No,
but
no,
I mean, you were
my
the feminist
political,
and,
yeah, no, I understood your point. No, I think they didn't. I mean, all they did was read a proposal, you know, and decide on that basis. And then the second proposal that I wrote was for a strategic planning study to help the USDA Office of Research and Extension teach them how to do strategic planning. So, and we won that project, and that was wonderful. It lasted for about 2 years or so, and it introduced me to a world that I never knew existed, and it was very exciting. It was all about agriculture for someone who had never been on a farm. And we wrote a whole bunch of recommendations. We wrote, I think it was for that project that we wrote the 47 recommendations, and they accepted them all, which was amazing. And because when we came into it, I mean, I was like the most inappropriate person for that proposal, that one even more so, because the agriculture is, my metaphor was a small town stretched taut over the United States. Everybody knew everybody. Everybody went to a land-grant university. Everybody who went to a land-grant university who was now in that field had been taught by, this one had been taught by that one's uncle, and this one by that one's brother. So it was very, I don't want to say incestuous, but everybody knew everybody. And so there was a lot of trust in the community. When I appeared on the scene, it was like, whoa, who is this? You know, who is this Harvard person who never grew up on a farm, never went to a land-grant university, knows nothing? And in the proposal, I said, we know nothing about agriculture, but we know a lot about strategic planning. And I present this to you as a strength because I come without any, and this turned out to be far more important than I understood at the time. We come to this with no preconceived ideas about what part of the system is stronger or better or whatever than any other. So we come to look at this with totally fresh eyes and to offer you our expertise in strategic planning. And we got the thing. And so then when I appeared on the scene, I remember one time going to a conference that was run by a tobacco company and for all of agriculture. And I was on a bus from the hotel to the conference center sitting next to the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Extension. And he said, oh, are you Jean Lipman-Blumen? Yes. He said, well, you know, we've been told not to talk to you. I said, what? What do you mean, not talk to me? Well, we need to know if you're going to write another, I think it was called the Hyde Report, or the height report. There had been a study done some years before that had said that agricultural research was mediocre science. That was the phrase. And they felt this was another outside person who didn't understand agriculture coming in, who would come in and say this is, would reiterate that. But over the 2.5 years that I did this, I got to know the community very, very well, and I really loved them. I thought they were like Norman Rockwell, decent human beings who were trying to do the right thing. And in some instances after the Green Revolution, had been much maligned. You know, they thought they were doing something wonderful. They didn't realize that there was, you know, the other consequences and sequelae that came with pesticides and herbicides and all that. At any rate, so I learned a lot there. And I learned...
They were probably still angry at Rachel Carson for...
Oh yeah, they were. And the word environmentalist, that was like saying Satan. Environmentalists, conservationists, forget it. I mean, they were the enemy. That's changed, I'm sure, by now.
In 1979, you co-edited your first book, Social Policy and Sex Roles, with Jesse Bernard.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say, for the benefit of somebody who's going to listen to this interview or read the transcript, that in 1979, Jesse Bernard was a senior accomplished scholar. She'd written, I counted 15 sole-authored books, 9 co-authored books, dozens of articles and chapters, a pioneer in feminist sociology. And I read a little bit of her stuff, and I found a quote that she wrote about her profession and about society.
Now, what did
she said, "I'm concerned, as any fair-minded person must be, with the effects of sexism on the position of women in our profession and in our society. But I'm also concerned, as any dedicated sociologist must be, with its effects on our discipline as well." So I don't really know very much about sociology, but what I read there was the words of a scholar and a social activist asking people to think about fundamental social values and practices and to change. And that sounds like you.
Yeah, well,
so I'm kind of wondering how you came to collaborate with Jesse Bernard. I mean, this must have been like a little bit like collaborating with your disciplinary deity here. I mean, she was very well accomplished, extraordinarily well. How did you know her? How did she come to be your collaborator?
This is what happened. We were together we had both been invited to a conference at Radcliffe. And that's where I believe I first met Jessie, and she was living in Washington. And I think I was at NIE by that time. I'm not, maybe not quite, whatever, but it must have been close to that. And NIE wanted to have in-house scholars. In addition, you see, they had this idea of the think tank that then blew up. So then they still had money to invite certain eminent scholars to come and spend a year at NIE to help them think through and, you know, be thought leaders. So I nominated Jessie. And Jessie lived in Washington, so it was easy for her to do it. So she agreed to do it. So she came to NIE. And that's how she and I got to know each other. And that book, if I recall correctly, it's sitting up there on the next to top shelf. If I recall correctly, that came out of a session at the International Sociological Association that Jessie and I ran. And we had people speaking on that panel, and then the International Sociological Association asked us would we do a book on it. So we said yes. So that's how that came about. But then Jessie and I became dear friends. We became like family. And we used to take walks together. And she was a tough taskmaster. She was always on my case saying, well, what are you working on now? And tell me what you're doing and why are you doing it? And what... And I would be working on things, but those conversations were very helpful to me for this reason. And I find that is always the case when you have people who ask you questions substantive questions about what you're doing. You can have an idea, but it's not, you don't have all the interstices, you don't have all the links. And when someone, you have to explain it to someone, you think you understand it in your head, but when somebody asks you, well, how is that connected to that? Then you have to articulate it. You have to think that through. I go through the same experience when I face a computer screen, that I write something and then I think, but how do I get from here to there? I mean, I think this, I've always thought this and this were connected, but what's the in-between thing? So Jessie and I used to take long walks and talk about, she was very, very, very work-oriented. She was not, she was very serious. She had a good sense of humor. I don't mean she wasn't, you know, lighthearted and funny. And I'll show you a picture, a wonderful picture I have of her laughing. That was so typical of Jessie. But she became like a mother to me, you know, and she kept egging me on to do this and that and the next thing. And then, you know, I think when people ask me, how did I ever get the idea for connective leadership? I think, I wish Jessie were alive now. I know she did this. She said to me, because I did the salon, and she thought I was this fantastic organizer. Okay, she thought I could organize the world.
And she was right.
No, but I think she gave me the courage to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She made me think I could. And so she said to me one time, Jean, I think you need to bring together the pro-choice and the pro-life forces and get them to agree. And I said, oh, sure, Jessie. I think I could just handle that on a weekend. You know, that would be a simple thing to do. I said, how do you propose I do that? And she said to me, think about it this way. They disagree on a lot of things, but they both really are opposed to pornography. Begin there.
Hey, were you in the Carter White House when this happened?
I don't remember because I knew Jessie for a long time after
Okay,
that.
so you're...
I wasn't thinking about it must have been while I was still at, I think maybe at NIE.
So she said
Before the White House.
The one thing they have in common is that they both dislike pornography.
Right.
And so then what did you do?
I think, I just sort of dismissed that possibility of my working with them because I thought, that's not doable. How am I going to do that? You know, I have to work on things that I think I can, you know, have an impact on. But I think that planted a seed in my head somewhere, in my brain or my soul, that many years later, you know, grew into connective leadership. Because that is what connective leaders do. They bring people together around issues that they care about, and they disregard the disagreements between or among the groups. So they don't care if you're Catholic and I'm a Jewish atheist. They say, don't worry about that. You know, don't get into that discussion with them. Talk about leadership, because they both care about leadership. And once they get to know each other and like each other, they'll discover they have all kinds of things in common, that they will want to work together, that they will, you just have to be able to have the connective eye to see what's the connection between these two people or these two groups.
Do you have that connective eye?
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah.
I think I really do. I mean, and in a very conscious way. I mean, for example, a student, when I went around the room the first day of one of my classes this year, one of the people in the class said she worked with gangs, with LA gangs, and I forget what exactly she was working on. Well, I gave a talk at Mount St. Mary's College a few months ago, and I talked about the peace plan, and somebody there, a sister there, put me in touch with somebody else called Sister Inez. who has worked with LA gangs to turn them toward peace. So I told her to call Sister Inez, and I put them together through the internet, and she told me they had dinner together recently.
So you never really acted on this idea?
No, no,
It
in
was
fact,
just an idea.
it was an idea. I never did anything about it. But I think that it sort of was in the back of my head. I mean, when people, I mean, that's the only, I can't think of how else I might have come to think about connective leadership. But you see, connective leadership is the tail wagging the dog on the research that I did with Hal Levitt on achieving styles.
Right.
Because what we were interested in was, and this came out of the women's movement, it came out of my dissertation. I had asked one question in that huge questionnaire about how do you achieve your sense of satisfaction, of achievement. Is it on the one extreme, remember these were married women typing their husband's dissertation, is it totally through your husband, or is it totally through your own activities, or some combination in between? And that was called Orientation to Mode of Achievement Satisfaction, known as OMAS, okay? And because that started the whole thing in a way, because we wanted to know how did women go about achieving their goals. And originally it was just direct versus vicarious. Did you do it directly or did you do it through somebody else? And you see, I was interested in vicarious achievement because I felt my mother was a vicarious achiever. I felt she had given up being a direct achiever when she got married, and she wanted me to go out and do all these things, and then she could say she was Jean Lipman's mother, you know, and that she was up to a point, she was satisfied with that. Later on, I think she wasn't satisfied with that.
But vicarious became one of the achieving styles associated with connective leadership.
Yes, and I wrote some early papers on direct versus vicarious achievement in men and women. And I gave papers on that at the American Sociological and the International Sociological.
So Jesse Bernard's suggestion that you bring the pro-life and the pro-abortion, anti-abortion people together, get them, make the common ground pornography, and then the research that you did on achieving styles
came together many years later, because as this model became more
and we're looking at the model for achieving styles, and it's the same one that's on your website, Connective Leadership.
Yeah. As that became more articulated through a huge amount of research that Hal and I and our graduate students did, and we saw that it was more than direct and vicarious, that there were all these other elements to achieving. And people in those days were so interested in how women did things versus men did things, because there was this mythology that women couldn't do this and women couldn't do that. I was on a task force for the U.S. military when I was in Washington, where they took us to Fort Benning, I think. Is Fort Benning in Georgia?
Yes, infantry training school.
Yeah, and I forget where else. We went to two different bases, where they had us up at 3 o'clock in the morning to do calisthenics, because we were supposed to advise them on what MOSs, those are the job categories,
military occupational specialty, yes,
should be closed to women, or which should be open to women. So I think their agenda was to make it so tough for us that we would say, you're right, women can't get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and do calisthenics, forget it. And this was a funny story.
They might not want to, but no sane person wants to do that.
Right.
You know?
But they took us out on the artillery range, and we had to get down on our stomachs and shoot, with the gun against our shoulder. And I had the funniest experience, because the target was, it seemed to me, a mile away. I mean, it was really far away. And I had this big guy who we each were assigned to an instructor. and he told us, get down to the ground, now you put it on your shoulder, and you do this, and you do that, and now you pull the trigger. And I wasn't even trying to aim, but I hit the target. And he thought I was aiming, and he was so blown away. So was I, frankly. And he said to me, well, would you like to try it again? I said, no, thank you. I saw how it works. And I got up and walked away because I knew I couldn't repeat that. So I was on that task force, and we made recommendations to the 5-star general, whoever that was. So, I was involved. You make me remember things I'd long since forgotten. But all those things sort of came together. And Hal and I worked on this beginning in 1973, I do believe. No, in 1972. We began in 1972 because I went to Washington in 73. But we maintained research groups. He had one at Stanford, I had one in Maryland. And we would write papers together, and we published about 15 papers at that time on achieving styles, direct, vicarious, the whole thing. And then he went on and did other things. He lost interest in doing that. And that's when I began to think about leadership and began to think about connective leadership and and I didn't even connect it to this originally, but then I began to understand how those things came together. That if you were a connective leader, you need all of this repertoire of achieving styles because the cues, the environmental cues keep changing, and you need to be able to respond. In one situation, I might have to do it by myself because no one else is there.
So connective leadership is situational leadership. Is that a correct conclusion?
That's part of it. That's not the only thing. But it has to do with this very special way of bringing people together they're people who understand this central idea that right now the biggest challenges in the world, I think, are diversity and interdependence. And John Kenneth Galbraith, when he was asked, what, of all the great leaders that you met, what did they have in common? He said, just one thing. They understood how to deal with the tensions of their time. And I think the tensions of our time arise from this contradiction. And this is what most people don't see, that there's a contradiction between interdependence and diversity. Because diversity says, particularly for groups that are just developing and being accorded legitimacy for their identity, they want to be their own person or their own group with their own, characteristics and ways, their own uniqueness, their own, what is it that we talk about the U.S., what's the word?
Identity?
No, it'll come to me. But on the one hand, that's what diversity talks about uniqueness, who I am and how I do things differently. Even the women's movement was about that. It was about women. At first they wanted to say we can do everything that men can. Then it sort of shifted, and it was women do other things, but they do them, these are good things to do, and they do them in a special way. But then interdependence talks about mutuality, doing things together. Well, these things pull in very different directions. There's a huge tension and a lot of anxiety that arises as a result of that tension. And I think connective leaders, and this is the central core of connective leadership, that they understand that contradiction between diversity and interdependence, and they know how to bring together groups that are individuals, that are diverse, but who must willy-nilly work and live together. Okay? So that is the core of connective leadership. But then, you see, there are other aspects to it, because connective leaders, more than any other kind of leaders, have to be what I call authentic. And authentic for me, it was a poor choice of words because it really means something else in today's lingo. But authentic to me means that the leader is committed not to him or herself or his or her personal goals, but to the group, to the mission, to what they're trying to accomplish. And therefore, when they use but they also have to have, so they have to have a consistent dedication, not to their own goals, but to the goals of the group or the strategy or whatever. And they also have to have accountability. They have to be willing to look at their mistakes, to acknowledge them, to say, this is how I got into this or got us into this mess. So it means transparency. But the reason authenticity is so critical, because it means that they are ethical and they are legal and they are committed to something beyond themselves. And that's important because when they pay attention to the situational cues and they move around this repertoire of very different kinds of strategies for accomplishing goals, people have to have bedrock belief in their integrity. So that if one day I say, let's collaborate on this, but the next day you come over and there's a sign on my door that says, do not disturb working against the deadline, you think, what a hypocrite. She said she wants to collaborate, but now she wants to work herself. But if you know that what I'm doing is not for me, but it's for the thing you and I are working on together, you say, I don't know what she's doing, but I trust her. I believe in her. I think I put myself in her hands. I'm willing, I accept the way she's doing things. And particularly because she's going to be transparent. When she opens the door, she's going to say, Joe, I'm sorry I had to do that, but I had a deadline and this guy called from East Timbuktu and wanted it 2 minutes later, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you say, fine, Gene, I get it. Because it's something, I wasn't working on my own stuff, I was working on the stuff we're working on together. So this all came together for me in this thing, and I began to understand how connective leaders needed to have this very complex repertoire of styles that they could use in different combinations depending upon the circumstances, but they wouldn't be able to use them with any effectiveness if they didn't have authenticity and accountability. So I call authenticity and accountability the two imperatives of connective leadership. So
So just for the benefit of somebody,
Jesse would be shocked to think that recommendation to me grew into this.
well, or she might be just tickled to death that a seed she planted has grown into this.
I hope so.
So just for the benefit of somebody who's listening to this recording in the future or reading the transcript, we're looking at a schematic. It's also on the website for Connective Leadership Institute. It's a circle divided up, and it has
9.
Well, let me. I better do this in an organized way for myself here. So you've got 3 sets of leadership achieving styles: direct, instrumental, and relational.
Right.
And each of those achieving styles has 3 individual styles.
Right.
So you kind of end up with like
9.
a 9-fold palette there.
That's correct.
So, for example, the direct achieving style includes 3 individual achieving styles: intrinsic, competitive, and power. Instrumental achieving style also has 3 individual achieving styles: personal, social, and entrusting. And the relational achieving style also embraces 3 individual achieving styles: collaborative, contributory, and vicarious.
Right.
And so there's the vicarious that goes all the way
Right.
back to your mother.
Right.
So if, for the benefit of somebody who's listening to this or reading the transcript, they can always go to the Connective Leadership website or
Right.
one of your publications
Or
and
go
look at
on
this.
the web and look up connective leadership.
Yeah. Okay. So we've talked some about how your research brought you to this particular model of leadership. But I'm thinking, as I did reading for this interview and thinking about what we said last time, that there's more at work here than just sort of advice literature. That connective leadership really encourages people to think about the way they practice leadership and the
Yes.
context in which they practice. It's really calling for social change.
Yes,
Between kind
but-
of a geopolitical era and a connective era.
Right,
So could you talk a
absolutely.
little bit about that?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up because I do think that we have already entered into the connective era. When I first began writing this, and I think that I noticed something on the web the other night. I think the first paper I wrote about this was in 1982, when I talked about connective leadership and females as connective leaders. At that time, the connective era was just barely visible. Now I think it's totally visible. You know, when Thomas Friedman talks about the hyper-connected world, or people talk about globalization, the term globalization had not been invented at that point. But the connective era, it means more than just globalization, because it's not just being connected to people around the globe, it's being connected to people right next door and in the community and, you know, all over the place. It isn't just globalization. And the geopolitical era, which I think, you know, that was through the Cold War period and, you know, we're just in the beginnings of the clarity, I think, of the connective era. But the geopolitical era was defined by geographic borders, and political ideology that coalesced, so that there was, you know, the NATO Pact and the Warsaw Pact. And we in that period, there were long-term alliances, big alliance, geopolitical alliances that lasted for very long periods of time. And they hung together. They wanted to march in lockstep together. And the member of the alliance that had the most relevant resources, usually military and economic, called the shots, and any member of the coalition who didn't go along was looked at askance, if not seen as a traitor or a royal pain. France often played that role, not because they were traitors or whatever, but because, you know, the French have their own mind. You know, there are all these sayings about the French, they don't pay attention to their own leaders, you know. De Gaulle thought that he was the only one who was good enough to be called a real Frenchman. So, but in the connective era, things are quite different. There are short-term coalitions. The leaders call people together to deal with problems that those constituents are concerned about, and they work together on those problems, and then they dissipate, and maybe one or two people from that group or parties from that group would come together with a whole bunch of other people on a different issue. And when Clinton was first elected, before he came into office, he ran an economic summit, and he brought all these people together from across the economic spectrum, and the media went crazy, and they said, oh, this is wonderful, he's brought all these people together, but will he be able to keep this coalition together over the next 4 years? And I thought, wrong question. Why would he keep this group together to solve issues that have to do with education, that have to do with agriculture, that have to do with the environment? Maybe some of these people would be there, but there are other groups that have to, and parties and constituents that should be brought to the table. So it's sort of like a kaleidoscope. You know, that there are all these pieces, you know, and you look at it and you turn it, and depending upon the need, certain groups cluster together, they do their, whatever they do, and then they you know, dissipate. They go off and do other things.
But there's still a leader there who's making
Yes.
this happen.
Yeah, leaders, I think leaders are always important. I think we talked the other day about how the Occupy movement really lost an incredible opportunity to make huge social change because they refused to deal with the issue of leadership. So this idea of the geopolitical era giving way to the connective era, and again, there's no sharp cutoff. It's like waves on the beach. You know, the one wave comes in and washes in, and then it ebbs, another one crashes over it, and you can't really see a clear cutoff point. Sometimes some dramatic thing happens in, usually in international events. It could be in geophysical. It could be a meteorite.
So crisis is an agent of change.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, without doubt.
Yeah.
Without doubt. So things can change, but 9/11 marked the end of an era in a certain way. But most of the time, it doesn't happen quite that way. Eras sort of emerge slowly from another. But I think that the connective era has begun to come into its own. The internet is the metaphor for the connective era. It didn't exist when I was first writing about the connective era, but that's clearly a metaphor for that.
Okay, I'm gonna that gives me a segue to do something here. 1983, you accepted appointment as the Thornton F. Bradshaw Chair in Public Policy and Professor of Organizational Behavior at the Peter F. Drucker and Matsutoshi Ito Graduate School of Management, the Claremont Graduate University.
Yeah, it was then called Claremont Graduate School.
So it didn't have Drucker or...
No,
okay.
no. They had a business program.
Now, Peter Drucker was associated with...
Yes, he was here and he recruited me.
Okay, I was going to say, you knew him, he recruited you?
No, I didn't know him.
Well, you knew him after you got here.
Yes,
Yes.
I had no idea who he was when he called me. That tells you how ignorant I was. And we had long talks on the telephone for several hours at a time when he was trying to convince me that I should come and that I would not be, hogtied and, confined to a narrow area of expertise. I could do whatever I wanted. And it so happened, we were talking about this with someone the other night, about how sometimes a job description is written that sounds like it was written
You
for
and I were talking about this, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what that was. When I read that, I thought, that is weird. That's exactly what I do. I mean, I didn't see the announcement. They came to me. But I didn't want to move again. I loved living in Washington, and my business was taking off, and I was doing all kinds of fun things. So I didn't particularly want to come out here.
So when you did come out here, you also served as director of the Achieving Styles Institute, and that was a private...
All that is my consulting work.
Right, and so you moved it out here with you.
Well, yes.
And that became Connective Leadership.
Right, we
Okay.
changed them.
So, for the benefit again of people listening or reading, 1984 you published General Roles and Power. I think that was your first single author
Right.
book. The book really was published to great acclaim, and you were nominated for the Jesse Bernard Award of the American Sociological Association. You won several prizes for that book, including the Distinguished Contribution to Scholarship Award of the American Sociological Association, but you didn't get the Jesse Bernard Award
No,
that year.
and it was nominated for a Pulitzer Prize as well, and didn't get it.
So, and we've talked a little bit about that, but 1996 you published A Connective Edge, and I'm at Leading in an Interdependent World, and I'm pointing that out because we just spent 15 minutes talking about that. Mm-hmm. And that was nominated for the Pulitzer Prize. And this time you did win the Jesse Bernard Award.
Did I?
Sure. At least that's what the information that my research assistant dug up said. Now, Dr. Bernard,
I don't remember
Jesse
that,
Bernard,
but that's good. I
was
like
still alive then. Did you ever have a chance to talk to her about winning the prize named after her or anything like that?
We never talked about things
Okay,
like that.
okay.
Jesse one of the wonderful things about Jessie, and I hope that I learned that from her, she was a very humble isn't the right word. She wasn't interested in acclaim, okay? She was interested in doing. You know, please have one.
Thank you.
She was
I will do
interested in writing. She was interested in ideas. She didn't care about acclaim. She got millions of awards, and they meant nothing to her. And I learned that from her, and my husband, however, was like that. He didn't care he wanted people to respect his work, but he wasn't narcissistic. He didn't want everybody to adulate him. And I really like that idea. You know, that focus on the awards. Focus on the work. Focus on what you're trying to do.
So I'll follow up on that and ask a question in a different way. What do the acts of research and writing mean to you?
They're terribly important. They're really central to my existence. That I always have ideas about things I want to do. See all those folders up there? Those are the books that I'm keeping notes for future books.
And behind me are piles of the current book.
Of the current book, and I worked on that this weekend, so I'm really happy about that. But writing and having ideas and talking with people who have good ideas is very, very important to me. It's very central to my life. And Jessie wrote until she was in her late 80s or mid 80s at least.
I mean, when I looked up her.
I mean, she was phenomenal. And every time
Extraordinarily productive.
every time I teach a class, I write her name on the board, and I tell them, I think I mentioned to you, I have a do not dare to die before you read list. That's sort of a spontaneous list. And she's always on that list because and it really breaks my heart when I ask people, do you know who Jessie Bernard is? Not a hand goes up. But then I ask them, do you know who Max Weber was? One hand goes up. You know, or do you know who Emil Durkheim was? Or, you know, they don't know who these people are. Maybe they know who Freud is. I don't know. Probably not.
I'd say that's a higher name recognition than the others that you mentioned, but as a person who teaches introductory history every semester, I'm pretty well aware of what people don't know.
But Jessie was not interested in acclaim, and I don't care about it either, frankly. I mean, that isn't important to me. What's important to me is ideas and the promulgation of ideas, to get ideas out there. So I don't care if anybody associates my name with connective leadership or with the peace plan. I just want people to understand those ideas and to the degree that they find them useful, use them. That's what I care about. So when people tell me that, for example, my certain books have been translated into Chinese and no one ever asked permission, I say, who cares? That's fine. It doesn't matter as long as the ideas get out. I don't need royalties.
So without asking you to, I don't know.
I mean, I'm not
Without
trying
asking
to
you
say,
to self-promote, here's the question that's sort of been in the back of my mind. When connective leadership came out, it obviously represented years and years of research and thinking. And we talked a little bit about the pieces that came together.
I might add, it's not simply a theory. We have developed a set of instruments for measuring people's achieving styles, their individual achieving styles, the achieving styles of organizations. We've done a 360 achieving styles measure, and we've done something that can evaluate people in terms of their achieving styles profile and their match, the match between their achieving styles profile and the Achieving Styles profile of the role or the team or the project that they might
And
be
this is
on.
through the Connective Leadership Institute.
This is all part, yes.
So, the question I wanted to ask you, and I thought about this after I talked to Fred Fiedler, who, as
Yeah.
quite a young man, published what turned out to be a seminal article. And I asked him, as this thing, you know, as you could hear the press is running, did you have any idea of the impact that this was going to have? And he said, yeah, he said, it kind of scared me. I was a young man, and, you know, I really didn't know what kind of an impact this was going to have on my colleagues or whether people were going to be jealous or whatever. So as the Connective Leader book was going to press, did you have any idea at all about what you were about to unleash? I mean, the impact it was about to have?
Do you know what I will tell you what I used to think when I worked on that book, and I was writing it in the other room, and I remember sometimes thinking to myself, am I killing myself writing this book? Will anybody even read it? Will there be one person who will pick this book up and actually read it? So I was thinking at the other end of the spectrum. I sometimes wonder, even as I write this book, is anybody going to read it? Or when I wrote The Allure of Toxic Leaders. And I'm always surprised when people come up to me and say they have read it.
Do you have a working title for the book that you're now
Yeah.
struggling
Yeah,
through? Can you tell me what that is?
Well, yes.
Just the working title.
Yeah, the working title, and I'm very bad at titles. I should never have called it The Connective Edge. But that was supposed to be a visual title. It was supposed to look like this. The Connective whatever edge.
Mm-hmm.
And this was supposed to be crossed out. And no, I'm sorry. This was supposed to say the competitive edge, because that was a phrase. And up here, it was supposed to be written in connective.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a stupid title because they took the connective edge, just put it on the book, and that meant nothing. And when people tried to look up leadership books, this didn't come up because leadership wasn't in the title.
The title, yeah.
So, you know, too bad. But no, the title for the new book is Leading Through Crisis, Getting By on More Than a Wing and a Prayer. Do you like it?
I do. And it certainly sounds as though it's going to connect back to something, another subject you've been thinking about for years and years and years, which is crisis.
Yes, and what it's going to do is I'm trying to bring together, without being repetitive, my work on connective leadership, because I believe that connective leaders will be better leaders in crisis, because they have the flexibility. If you can use all of these, you have tremendous range. Okay, and you can do all kinds of things, and you have to be able to move quickly and adaptively in crisis.
So I assume that there are some people, and maybe President Clinton is one of them, who are sort of intrinsically connective leaders. Mm-hmm. I mean, he seems to practice that kind of style. Mm-hmm. But I also assume that you believe that people can be taught to do this.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do. I do think that, you know, that issue about leaders born or made, it's a little combination of both, in a sense. I mean, really great leaders, Gandhi taught himself. He really did. I mean, I've read Gandhi's biography, and I've read a lot about Gandhi. Gandhi taught himself, and there were, experiences that he had that were epiphanies for him, that made him realize that he had to do things that he hadn't done before, that he wasn't planning on doing. He didn't start out to be that leader. He started out to be a barrister. He trained in London to be a barrister. He used to have his suits tailor-made in the same place where John Kennedy had his made. And it took him a while to understand he couldn't dress in the costume of his oppressors. He had to, use more personal strategies, to use costume, to use drama, to use everything about himself to magnetize people, to draw them to his cause. So I think people teach themselves to be leaders, and circumstances teach you. You understand when you do something and you fall on your face and that didn't work. You learn not to do that again. Or you learn that you did something a certain way and it worked. For example, I went to a UN conference on the status of women in Nairobi many years in '85, and when we got there, there was a big to-do about not having enough hotel rooms. They'd had 5 years to get it together, but they didn't listen, and they didn't believe that many people would show up. So the first night we were there, the director of the hotel called everybody together in the ballroom to announce that we would have to move out of our rooms because we were the first wave. The NGOs come first. Then there's a week in which NGOs and official state delegations are there, and that's when everything's crowded. And then the third week, it's just the state delegations and the NGOs had gone home. So they wanted us to leave town before the state delegations came. Well, we weren't about to do this. I sat in the back of the room with Florence. We had gone there together. And there was a woman up at the front.
Florence's last name for the benefit of
Perman.
Yes. Okay.
And there was a woman leading the discussion and saying, what should we do? How do we deal with this? Blah, blah, blah. It was going on. It was midnight, and this woman walks off the stage. And everyone thought she went to the restroom or something. She didn't come back. And so it was like this throng, this leaderless throng. So Florence and I decided that we would have to do something about this. So we decided, we got a petition. We got all these, there were 2,000 women there. I don't know that we got all of them to sign it, but we felt we were speaking in their name. I called up the office of the president of the country and said, we are here in Nairobi, and here's the situation, and we need help. And we expect the president to help us. I'd like to come talk to him. And so it was wonderful. There was a woman by the name of Judy in President Daniel Moy's office. And she said, okay, bring your petition over. So Florence and I got our act together, and we went over to bring this petition to the president's office. And it was really surreal because we're walking down the main street of Nairobi and we're looking at each other saying, do you think this is really happening? This sounds so bizarre. And so we took a little time off and we went shopping for about half an hour to get our bearings. And then we went off and we went to the president's office and we handed this over to Judy. We didn't get to see the president. But then we decided we needed to go talk to the head of British Airways because all these people had come in on British Airways, and if they had to go home early, these were poor people from developing countries who had saved for 5 years to come to this thing. They had paid their hotel bill in advance. Have you ever heard of that before?
Actually, I have.
Well, I never had.
I got caught in that hustle when I went to Denmark.
Well, I've never heard of it. So we went to talk to the head of British Airways. Now, this is what I mean about how, crisis can really make a difference. I'm not somebody who, puts myself forward and says, well, I'm Jean Lipman-Blumen and I'm so-and-so and so-and-so. But I figured this was a time that I, had to throw caution to the wind. So I'd walk into this, in a Bostonian. Bostonians write letters and say, may I have an appointment? But there was no time. So we went there, and I just handed them my card from Claremont Graduate University. I said, I'm Professor Lipman-Blumen from the Peter Drucker, blah, blah, blah. And I would like to speak to Mr. So-and-so. I mean, I'd done my homework. I knew who it was. And she said, wait 1 minute, and then we were led into the CEO's office. And I realized something. That's not the way I prefer to live my life. But I know I can do it when I have to, okay? And that's true for everybody. So that may not be the way I like to conduct myself.
You're pointing at the Achieving Styles model.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm pointing at personal.
Mm-hmm.
But it worked in that crisis, and it gave me a lot of confidence to know that if I needed to, in an emergency, I could call on that. I could do that if I had to. And that's what we tried to teach people, not to transform you, to have you go from being somebody who is a collaborator to being a competitor every minute of your life. But if there are times when you have to compete, then you have to be able to do it and feel comfortable doing it, not feel like you're a fraud.
And know when the time is.
Right,
Yeah.
and read the situational cues correctly.
So I assume that your firm became the Connective Leadership Institute after your book came out. Because for name right?
Long after.
Long after.
Long
okay.
after, and it's only in the last 2 years or 3 years that we changed the name, because we felt no one knows what achieving styles are. You know, what does that mean? I have to go around explaining it to everybody. But people can, even if they don't understand connective, they understand the word leadership. So we thought it would be better to change the name, and we did.
So I've been on your website, and we talked a little bit about some of the instruments that you have on there a minute ago. So I want to kind of set up a question for the benefit of somebody who's going to listen to this. There are a number of scholars of leadership who have institutes or instruments for measuring or assessing leadership. Fred Fiedler has a contingency model, or at least he did when he was still active. Least preferred coworker measured on a several 8-level bipolar scales.
Right.
Edgar Schein developed a model of process consultation, which he widely applied. Manfred Ketz-DeVries, co-founder of the Consulting and Coaching for Change, creating reflective change agents. Francis Hesselbein, founder and CEO of the Peter F. Drucker Foundation for Nonprofit Management, and there are others. But here's the question that I have: what is distinctive in that universe about the Connective Leadership Institute and its approach?
Well, it does something very different. We're trying to help people gain some insight into how they go about accomplishing their tasks and how they might be more effective as leaders, as connective leaders. So we try to articulate the overarching model of connective leadership, but then I feel it isn't enough to tell people to be connective leaders. You have to tell them, what does that mean behaviorally? How do I act like a connective leader? Don't tell me to go out and be a connective leader and connect this person. How do I do it? And so we have, in the instruments that we've developed, we can show people what their leadership profile looks like right now. What are the styles, the behaviors that they tend to use most frequently, and how many of them they feel comfortable with. And then we can also help them to look at their organizations and see the degree to which they fit with their organization, the people in the organization fit with the reward structure or the culture of the organization. So there are many things that you can do with this. I'm sure these other instruments, and I'm not an expert on all the others, but I'm sure that each one has its value, but we're doing something slightly different. We're trying to make behavior we're trying to give people insights into their own leadership behavior and make their behaviors and the possibility of change accessible to them. So we train people to not only to understand and know what their profiles are, but we train them in developing new ways of doing things, practicing the styles that they're not as comfortable with.
Let's see, in 1999 you published with your husband Harold Levitt Hot Groups, and I'm going to skip over that for a minute because I really want to talk to you about your peace plan before we run out of time.
Okay.
And if we have time, I'll come back to that. But
Okay.
your Hot Groups is between covers, and the peace plan is not. I mean, it
Right.
circulates on the internet. So You've written and are circulating a draft paper called A Connective Leadership Strategy for Global Enduring and Sustainable Peace, then colon Make It Happen. And we actually talked last time about how you put the Make It Happen on there. And, the connective leadership era, connective leadership are featured elements of your connective leadership strategy. And then, just for the benefit of somebody who's listening, I pulled a quote off page 5, which I'm just going to read a couple of sentences. You said the worldwide financial crisis that has brought us to the brink of disaster has also shaken our confidence in leaders. Leaders have failed us egregiously. We need to step back and rethink leadership. What is the purpose of leadership? As we move forward, what constitutes visionary, principled, and courageous leadership? What are all the leadership development programs and research initiatives designed to do? What exactly are they accomplishing? So this sounds to me like Jesse Bernard was whispering in your ear when you wrote this. But what do you? Then I talked to Kathy Pelletier, who told me that you think of concepts and ideas for a better tomorrow long before we realize we need them. So
that's nice.
I was going to ask you if you picture yourself that way, but I have a better question. What do you consider to be some of the essential elements of a better tomorrow based upon your peace plan? What do we have to do to get it right?
Well, we have to do a lot, and everybody has to do a lot. It isn't there's a lot of heavy lifting to be done, and nobody can be excused, okay? No country, no sector of any society. So maybe now we're taking the salon and raising it to an exponential level of something. But I think every society has to rethink what it is doing and how it can do it differently. For example, in the government. And each country will have to look at the plan and adapt it for its, specific characteristics and requirements, because our government is different than other governments, but then there are others with which we have a lot in common. For example, in a democracy, here in the United States, we have a system whereby we have elections that go on endlessly, that an immense amount of money is spent. Mostly it goes to the media on campaigning. $6 billion was spent by Obama and now I'm blocking.
Romney,
thank you. I could only, the word Mormon came out, that's awful. Romney, $6 billion, what a colossal waste. Think of what that would have meant if it were reallocated to other things. And you see, I've been asking the question, leadership for what, for quite a long time now, maybe 5 or so years. I began to ask that question when Dick Kutu interviewed me for the International Leadership Association. He interviews people, as a session.
right?
And so then, when I was asked to go to Nanjing to talk in 2010, and I was supposed to be answering the question, what can business do to address the 2008 financial meltdown? These things came together. I thought, why not take peace and use peace as the focal point of revitalizing economies? When John Kennedy talked about going to the moon, people thought that was a little bit bizarre. They couldn't see any pragmatic benefit from it. But we're still living off of many of the engineering, innovations that came from that. Well, I was thinking, what if we turned our economy and every world economy 180 degrees? Right now, the defense is the second largest industry in the world, and it's certainly huge here. And what if, instead of spending all that money on defense, we turned it around and we spent it on peace? And what if we took half of the budget or more of the budget from the Defense Department and developed departments of peace, and took the money from the Defense Department and put it in the Department of Peace, made the defense industries worldwide nonprofit, so that let them do it on a patriotic basis. Be a nonprofit if that's what you're trying to do to defend the country. Then be patriotic about it. I mean, in World War II, there was legislation against profiteering from the war, and people are profiteering from the defense business. So if we turned it around and we said, okay, now the Office of Peace will offer for-profit contracts for peace entrepreneurship, peace innovation, peace R&D, sustainability, all these things that would benefit the world. Why are we spending trillions of dollars killing people, blowing up structures that people work in and live in? I mean, it defies credulity. It's madness, utter madness to be doing that. So my thought was, could I look at every sector of society and see what changes could that sector make? What could education do? Beginning that would focus on peace. What about teaching kids from kindergarten on about peace, about anti-bullying? Teach them to mediate, teach them to negotiate. At universities, why do we have requirements? At my university, you cannot graduate, you cannot get a PhD without taking at least one transdisciplinary course, okay? Why is that more important than studying about peace? Why shouldn't we require that everybody who graduates from high school must take at least X number of courses on peace? Same in university. Why don't we have centers for reconciliation for seemingly intractable problems? The Northern Ireland case is a case in point. That went on for decades, okay? And people said, oh, it can't be, we can't resolve it. It got resolved. It's not perfect, but they're not killing each other anymore. And they are talking, and there will be ups and downs, and there was a recent down over there. But still in all, there are ways to do it. And the idea would be that you invite people, groups to come, like the Israelis and the Palestinians, and they agree to come without any media allowed in, okay? Because I think the media distort it all. And they have to agree that they will stay until it is resolved. If they get to an impasse, they can separate for 72 hours, but they must come back. When it is resolved, the people who were key in that resolution will come back and help the next group and keep refining the process for how you reconcile seemingly intractable conflicts. So I think that there are so many things that we can do in every single sector. And I think the media have a role to play. I think films and entertainment have a role to play. And so I want that to be crowdsourced. I want people to read it and to add stuff to it. And I think that we have to think de novo. We have to think anew about all of these issues. And, it's not, when I thought about the Office of Peace, I thought, there's no new idea under the sun. I'm sure that's been thought of before. Well, in the footnotes, I think you'll see that Benjamin Rush, who signed the Declaration of Independence, there's an essay on the web called An Office for Peace, in which he even describes what the room will look like where they signed the peace documents, okay? So, and that has been introduced into our Congress innumerable times in recent years. I bet if you ask most people, myself included before I looked it up on the web, if they knew that there were, initiatives or bills that had been introduced for peace, a Department of Peace or an Office of Peace, most of us would say no.
That's right.
Okay? But there has to be a time when we begin to see what we haven't been able to see up until that moment.
So what's the connective leadership strategy?
Well, I do think, how does that come
Yeah.
into play? Well, I do think that connective leaders can see things. They can see the connections among things and people. They can see how to bring these groups together. For example, the implementation strategy is simple. The implementation strategy calls for, it says in there the Nobel Peace Committee, but it could be some other committee that is perhaps perceived as less political than that. But a group that would have legitimacy in the eyes of the world is a fair-minded group. And if you go back and read Nobel's will, he talks about the committee having what he calls congresses about these issues. So I would like them to call all the countries of the world together to amend it for their own region, to sign on to it, to set benchmarks, and to have them come back every other year and report on how well, how much progress they've made. In the intervening years, in the alternate years, I would like the sectors to come back, the education sector globally, the health sector, the legal sector, all the different sectors to come and meet with their counterparts from all over the world and get ideas and connect and figure out how can we work together, how can we make this happen. I keep coming back to making it happen.
Do you think we can make it happen?
Yes, I do. I believe what Margaret Mead said, that all it takes is a group of dedicated people to make anything you want happen.
You and I have been talking for a little over 2 hours, so I'm going to kind of pull this together. And I mean, I know there's more that we could say, but we're going to have to wrap it up. I have two questions that I want to finish up with. One is that you said somewhere that leadership is a responsibility, not an entitlement or a privilege. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think exactly what it says, that when you're a leader, you have a responsibility to the group who recognizes you as such, who's put its faith in you, to help them accomplish their goals, to help them refine their goals, and to make sure that this really is implemented, maybe even in a better way than the group ever thought. And it's not an entitlement. It's not about you as the leader. Get over yourself. It's about the mission. It's about what you're trying to accomplish to make the world a better place. We only have a short time on this planet, each of us. So, would you like to die and have a tombstone that said, here lies Joe Blow, who never did anything for the world, he only did stuff for himself and his family? I wouldn't want that said about me. I would like to feel that when I die, that I will have, over the period of my life, come to my senses enough and woken up enough to realize that I had an obligation to do things, to try to make the world, even in the smallest possible way, better, fairer, more productive, in the, not in the money-grubbing sense of the word, but to flower, so that we take whatever intelligence and sensibilities and good humor and conscience that we have and make them, harness them in the name of changing the world to make it a better place.
Last question. Is there anything that I should have asked you that I didn't? Or
No.
anything that you'd like to say that I didn't give you a chance to say?
Hardly. I mean, I think I've said far more than I should have said probably, or that I've ever said about my work to anybody. But I do care about the ideas. I don't care about attribution. I wouldn't want someone to plagiarize my work. I mean, I'm not that, benign. But I care more about ideas being out there. I don't care about, for example, the peace plan being known as my peace plan. I tried to train myself not to call it my peace plan, to call it the peace plan, because I want it to be something that belongs to many more people. That it doesn't belong to me, and it shouldn't belong to me. It doesn't need my name. If it has intrinsic merit, that merit will propel it forward. So I just care about making it as fantastic and as compelling as we possibly can make it, so people will say, of course, we've got to do it.
Do you think that a mark of a good leader is a person who has the ability to formulate and communicate a compelling idea?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you for everything. On behalf of myself and the Tobias Center, the